You got a lot of information for us then. You've been stockpiling it.
No, we've been putting it out on the internet and then board meetings. You should all know all that stuff already. No, I'm just kidding. No, but actually the specific thing that I'm here to do is to have you authorize the execution of easements. There are two kinds, which I'll explain, in order to be able to do two different projects. You all know there was a federal project and there was a non-federal project. The federal project only went as far north as South 6, and then from South 6 up to North 19th, that was the non-federal project. Because of the significant changes that we experienced through erosion and storms, we had to substantially increase sand beyond the original designs that were made. I mean, very, very substantially. And we were able to take advantage of the opportunity to really super build our beaches and to extend the federal project. The federal project, as I'm sure you all know, has been extended up to North 7th Street and then south all the way to the southern property line of the Pebble Beach, Pebble Village HOA. Pebble Village Beach HOA. Did I say that right? I hope I didn't mess that title up of that HOA. So because of that expansion, we're going to get more sand. We'll be able to do some of what we call the non-federal parts of the earlier project. We're going to be able to do it under the Army Corps project, which offers a lot of advantages. We'll be using their bidding process. The contractor that we get will be the same contractor all the way from North 7th all the way down to Pebble Beach Village HOA. Let's do the new demarcation from North 7th to Pebble Beach. I call that, for simplicity, the easiest way to understand it is the modified federal project. You follow what I'm saying? Because the length has been modified. So consequently, the Army Corps, for those sections that weren't in the Army Corps project, specifically north of South 6 and south of South 28th, we've got to get special easements from those owners. Some of those properties involve your own. In particular, on the southern end, right across from where Pebble Village Beach has its area where they visit the beach, right across the street. There's a parcel that's vacant. It used to be part of the old A1A right-of-way, and also included the street ends for some of your roads from the old Atlantic subdivision plat. So the Army Corps, that's going to be a major staging area. I'm assuming you all know. The HOA is agreeing to, we're in the process of getting it nailed down that they'll permit that area on the beach to be a staging area. In return, we're going to rebuild the beach there for them and improve that beach area in a number of ways for them. Give them access through the course of the construction by giving them an alternative route. So that'll be a major staging area. There's going to be literally a road built from there down to the beach, which will be the major means of conveying equipment down to the beach in order to do the project. Of course, some of the sand, in order to begin the staging process, will be inland sand. It will not be part of the dredge sand, enough to be able to get a ramp down there to get heavy equipment. But then it'll all be renourished with the offshore sand, and that will continue all the way up to, continuously all the way up to North 7th. Across the street from that, as I said, is this it's a parcel that has got nothing on it. The people from Pebble Beach use it to go there in order to cross over to their own HOA parcel. So we're going to need to use that as a staging area. It's a mixed, you own it, and DOT owns that parcel. And by the way, thank you very much to Ms. Penny Overstreet. She has helped me enormously in untangling some of the title issues title is not always clear when we're talking about a long time ago. So we'll need permission from you for what your interest is on that side of the road, the west side of A1A, in order to create another staging area. So there'll be vehicles parked there. There'll be workers that come there in order to go and work. Then you own, and then there's another property that you own on the very north end, North 7th Street, at the end of North 7th Street, so we need an easement for that, a special easement. And then continuing with the rest of the non-federal project, okay, again, that's quite an expanse of land that goes all the way up to North 19th. You own a number of those properties, and we want to have those too. So there'll be two separate kinds of instruments. One will be that's specially for this modified federal project that I'm describing, and then the other will be generally for what we used to call or still call the non-federal project. So we don't have all those things completed. We've got a couple more title issues to deal with. And so I don't know what the pleasure of the commission is. I mean, I'll present those documents, obviously, to your manager and to your attorney. If you can't authorize them to execute it now because you want to see them, which I can understand, I certainly can come back, or whatever you want to do in terms of when those documents get sent. So minimally, what I'd like you to do is just authorize that the work be done so that your people can interface, they're already doing it, but to interface with us in getting that work accomplished.
Any questions for Al on this part?
I was going to say what Al just said. If you'll just authorize me and city manager and city staff to work with Al, we'll get that, and then we'll bring the documents for you. I don't even know if you need to be here for that evening. We'll bring them for you. You can probably put them on consent agenda. But I would like for the commission to see the document that grants the easement before you approve it.
And this is mainly for easements where our walkovers are, correct?
Yes, except for the exception.
The properties we own on the east side.
On the east side, that's correct.
Okay.
Right. Generally speaking, that's where they are.
So when you spoke of North 7th, you meant the east side of,
That's correct.
okay.
Yes, that's what I
I'm going
meant.
to say there's no vacant land there, but, okay. So you got that, we'll get it on an agenda, and
Okay.
you'll work with staff, and we'll
Thank you.
chance to see it, and we'll sign off on it.
Thank
I'm
you.
sure.
Now, if there's,
Don't we need to vote? Or give?
No.
It's direction to staff, so unless you need a formal motion, I'll take consensus, just to make sure that
Yeah.
I know I'm authorized to spend the time on it.
Right.
Yeah, because so far you were the only ones who spoke. So
Okay, sorry, Gene.
okay, so now with that out of the way, if you have any questions that I might be able to answer about the project, I'll give it a whirl.
I have one. The project's going to North 7th Street and also at the end of Pebble Beach. How will that taper off into the beach that is not renourished?
It will be tapered. The 7th will be the end of the taper. Pebble Beach will be the end of the taper.
How will
But they'll be
I guess
very
describe what the taper
substantial.
is going to look like.
You know, it's gonna feather and angle into the beach. Actually, the taper on the south end is gonna go into the state park.
Okay.
Actually, not into Pebble Beach. It's gonna go into the state park.
Isn't the Army Corps doing the state park as well?
No, we're not.
Oh.
Not as part of the.
I thought they-
Not as part of this project. The
Okay.
modified federal.
Okay.
We may end up doing it for DEP in a subsequent phase,
Okay.
or they'll get it done with some other contractor.
Did you have more questions?
Yeah, I just had one. Mr. Hadid, I did have a question about this modified project. How does this, interfere with the FDOT project that is also going to be going on? Because I know originally on the southern end of the island here, we had some, issues that FDOT wanted to do some work to the dune.
They're
with it.
separate.
Okay, so
They're
this,
geographically
we're good
separate.
still. Okay, because I wasn't sure with
Yeah.
the modification at North 7th if
Yeah.
that was going to have any issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Any questions down this end?
thank you. Whoops.
Just on the non-federal, I know a while back you were saying you were starting to get easements signed by
Yes.
people north.
north of South 6,
north of,
going all the way up to North 19th.
yes. Is that moving along?
Yes, I think we have less than 15 outstanding.
Oh,
Yeah.
very good, thank you.
And some of those are, someone's passed away, they're trying to open the probate estate. You know, they have these little twists. It's not because anyone has said no. We don't have a situation where people, as we had previously, unfortunately, people that were saying no. I think they realized it would not, be useful to them to say no.
Thank you.
Okay,
So-
thank you very much.
Hang on, I got a couple of questions.
Oh, okay. Of course.
Of course, the federal project, where you
Yes.
say it's going to taper in.
Yes.
So that means that the non-federal part won't be done at the same time or shortly after?
Well,
I mean,
portions of the non-federal are going to be done in what's coming up, portions of it. For instance, the portion from South 28th all the way down to the park. That was originally non-federal. Now it's going to be subsumed within the federal project. And the portion from South 6 going up to North 7th, right? So a good number of blocks, that's also going to be taken in.
okay.
Now, there is an issue there. I know your city manager knows about it very well, and others of your staff, and that is, do we have to coordinate how we're going to do all this with the pier work?
Oh, yeah, I had
It's
that.
very, very, very tricky. They're continuing to have discussions. It's not been resolved yet. I can't tell you anything definitive. They've just had a conference call. They're getting ready to have another one soon. I think it's July 18th. I'm not sure about that exact date, but somewhere around there. So they're still addressing that. That's a very complicated issue because, the trucks that are doing the beach, they're going into the construction area of the pier. If it's under construction, that's highly problematic. And one of the ideas is, one of the present ideas on the table that they're talking about is that they will literally interrupt the work of the modified federal project. It's going to start at Pebble Beach and go north, okay? So they'll interrupt it at some point, and I forgot, they did figure out where would be an appropriate break. I can't remember, somewhere between 9th and 4th, no, it'd be south of 4th, between 9th and 5th, south. Somewhere they'll just stop the modified federal project, allow whatever pier work needs to be done, then pick up and go forward. So they will tell the contractor there will be a pause in your work. Now, that's not desirable, obviously, because you got to remobilize, which means an added expense. I don't know how it affects the dredging, the offshore dredging. There might be costs associated with that. The better thing to do, the cheaper, most efficient, is to have the project go from start to finish in one continuous roll. So they're going to try to figure out how to
Well,
do that.
originally, they had talked about using our other access ramp at the end of 100
Yeah,
to get
yes.
down to areas north of the beach. They were going to start there and actually
Go south.
traverse south
Right.
underneath the pier.
That's correct.
But with things going on, couldn't they go back to Plan A and use that ramp to?
I know
on the
that's,
north
I
side
know
of the
that
pier?
I know that that's under discussion, but think about it now. Now you're going to have to build, I guess it's just the cost of the project, right? And now you're going to have to pay for another ramp. It's a major ramp. You're building a road onto the beach that can handle very, very heavy equipment. So it's a very,
Yeah, they couldn't
very
drive
substantial
down it, and it's-
construction project. It's a very substantial construction.
Yeah, I understand.
It's
And
doable.
That
but
was
it's-
something that they had committed to initially.
That was the plan then, but
And
remember
they were going to
now.
leave it in place so we could
That's correct.
use it.
But remember, at the time they did that plan, the project was going to stop at South 28th. Stop right there.
Right.
So there wasn't that, nobody was thinking about doing a staging area, way to the south. I have to correct
by the-
myself. I have to correct myself. That's not exactly correct. We did think about that. We had a staging site identified south, on the south end of the park.
Near the water.
Near the water tower. So we were going to service you know, the rebuilding of the Gamble Rogers project and so forth out of there. And so, but we were able now to, you know, move all that up and concentrate it right at the initial project build.
So my question is, now that you're going past the private, Snack Jacks and that Bed and Bath and so forth
Yes.
on the east side down
Yes.
there just north of Pebble Beach.
Correct?
So are they putting sand in front of those properties as well?
Absolutely.
Okay,
They will be very much protected.
okay. That's good news.
Do we have a time frame?
There is a schedule, and we meet, is it every 2 weeks? I'm trying to remember what our frequency is. We are very much, we have a spreadsheet that identifies every critical element of the project in terms of time. And I think, started with letter A and we're at letter J. And I don't remember the last letter, sorry, I don't. But our expected time is that we will wrap everything up. We have to get permits, we have to do environmental assessments, there's a whole bunch of stuff, planning on what we're gonna do about the pier, all that stuff is still going forward. The designs haven't been completed on the beach renourishment, so the Army Corps is doing that, and obviously getting permits for that. We're getting the amendment to the U.S. Department of Interior leases for additional sand area in order to accommodate the work. And so I think that they expect all of that to be done by January, so the mid-January, so we can bid it. Or begin to put the stuff together for a bid and then put it on the street, I think, like in February, get them back 60 days later, award the contract, and within 60 days thereafter, the project will start. I think the way they're looking at it, when you put all those times together, it comes out to be like June 2024.
Thank you.
I have one last question for you. The extensions, will they become federalized beaches?
For all federal purposes, they will, but not for the 50-year renourishment program.
Okay,
That part of it won't apply.
okay.
But for all other purposes,
So if it gets wiped out, by the means of a named storm,
FEMA.
then, yeah, FEMA covered, will take care of it. Okay,
Category G.
okay.
For
That's
those that
all
are
the
into
questions I
that.
had. Nothing more from here. Thank you very much, Al.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you coming out. All right, item number 6, public comments regarding items not on the agenda. So just state your name and
How you guys doing today?
where you're from,
Well, Flag
and let's
Beach.
have it.
I'm Keith Taylor, 520 South Daytona. Along with my business partner, Kenny Stevenson, we're the managers of the Flagler Beach Villas, better known as Flagler Beach Trailer Park. And usually I speak from the hip, so, I shoot from the hip, I talk, but I had to write this down, so I make sure that I don't forget something. So I'll just get right into it. And so I sent an email out last week. And first of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Sherman, Bradley, and Bellhammer for responding very quickly as well. Secondly, I'd like to clarify some falsifications that were made on Flagler Beach Villas at the CRA meeting. As Karen stated, word for word, during the last meeting, I do not want to bash or place blame, but we have a serious problem with the trailer park. Number one, Flagler Beach Villas has unpaid permits with the building department. That is false. The building department doesn't issue any permits without payment first. I could get into that a little deeper, but maybe that's something for another time. Number two, it was stated that Karen said, Flagler Beach Villas was putting up fencing without plats and surveys. but emergency fencing was installed due to a documented prior tenant stealing and trespassing. We have all that on video. Fence was installed to protect the property prior to the CRA director's comments at the last meeting. In fact, it was probably about 6 months before that. Permit had been already been applied for. We all know the one of the visions and goals of the CRA is to fix blight-ridden areas and to create an attractive, safe, and comfortable environment. That is something that Flagler Beach Villas is working towards. And we have made huge changes, cleaning up the blight-ridden park. But unfortunately, at this point, Kenny and myself, along with the owners, feel that the CRA director is targeting us and repeatedly overstepping her boundaries. 32 years this park has been an eyesore, and we come in and we're trying to clean this up. We're going to do what is good to complement this town. Karen has let it be known that, to us and the commission, that of the master plan of the trailer park, but she has a vision of affordable housing, which is very similar to what we have. Since our vision does not match hers completely, she is constantly roadblocking us and the building department as well. At this point, we would like to have another employee contact for the CRA for further conduct of our business in the city. Last but least, we would like to thank each and every one of you for the time that you sacrifice to make our city a better place where we can live and raise our kids.
All right, Keith.
Thank you so much.
Do you have any comments on the...
Are we going to wait till
contact?
after all the public comment?
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, we'll get an answer to you on that, Keith.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else?
Good evening, Larry Torino, City of Palm Coast, former employee of the City of Flagler Beach. I listened to the comments that were just made about the trailer park. I was heavily involved with that neighborhood and community for some time. I think it's unfair that the CRA director or whoever is being spoken of is hearing one side of the story. I know Keith, I respect him. I know their intentions are well-meaning. However, there is a process, and the process does involve the CRA director as a starting point. It involves the building department as an ending point. In between those 2 points are communication, are requirements, are feedback, and following regulatory language. And I don't want to go into it in any more detail, but before someone forms an opinion, and I'm not here to defend them by anyone or offend anyone, but I believe the facts need to be brought to the surface. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Hello, Steve Daly, 1764 Winsong Circle. Real quick, I was at the workshop Flagler Beach had for the beach area, and I heard the word underutilized beach a lot. But it's funny that when I go down there in the morning, drink coffee, it's being utilized by morning people. Then after a bike ride, it's being utilized by people who get early sun, fishing and all that. And afternoon people are sunbathers, surfers, and then you got the evening group. So the word underutilized in that workshop was wrong. We're not here for Palm Coast and we're not here for Flagler County. So I think that was focused more on what they want us to do instead of what you should be doing for us. We're here in a small beach town because that's what we want. We don't need people to come who don't want to take care of the beach, trash the beach, walk the dune. All I get is that how you get more people over here who are not going to love the beach, who are going to come, trash it, not spend money, and go back. We're not selling Flagler Beach. The realtors over there need to sell Palm Coast. Those people over there need to be the culture business center. Flagler County needs to get some businesses to support the spacecrafts and we need to be the beach. And what I didn't like to hear, too many Palm Coast people in that meeting telling us what they want to do to our beach. So I think if you have a workshop, you need to have a workshop for the people who live here get to talk, tell us what we need to do, and not say they need to build parking garages and everything else for those people to come over here. It's a beach, it's limited, that's what it is. They have to live with it, just like I do in every other place that's limited, whether it's a store, an airline, or whatever. So it's limited, leave it limited. If you let them overrun us, we won't be the small beach town. You need to have people come here who want to stay in a hotel in a small beach town. You need to have people come over here who want to eat at the best seafood restaurants and go. And then you have the people who live here, who support all those and all the other businesses here, whether it be attorneys, whether it be hairdressers. You all need to concentrate on Flagler Beach and cut that off over there. All I hear is they want to build and build and build. They can have 200,000 people over there or 2 million. Doesn't mean they get to come over here and do whatever they want. We're small, we're Flagler Beach. You people need to start changing this whole thing the way you think. And workshops, that's not a workshop when we don't get to have input. If people are talking behind the scenes to put parking garages up, that ain't us. We're a small beach town, leave it, and find a way to make us the best small beach town in the country. I don't understand how we think. So I was just disappointed. Thank you.
All right, Steve, thank you. All right, last call. Anybody on this? Okay, close public comment. I guess the only thing we need to address is Keith's concern about working with the CRA director.
I'd like to comment on that before.
Yeah, okay.
It's kind of duplicative of what Mr. Torino said. Keith, I did not respond to your email because it made me so angry that what I was going to write was not nice. So I chose not to answer it. Karen's not here tonight to defend herself. I think what's going on is a lack of communication, as Mr. Torino said. No, you had your time.
No, I was asking, should I stand up? Are you going to ask me any questions? That's all.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Are you going to ask him any questions is what he's asking now?
No, I'm not.
He just wanted to know if he should stand up while
Oh,
you're
no, I'm
addressing
just
him.
telling you why I did not respond. You thanked 3 people for responding. So I'm telling you why I did not. Karen knows what her job is. And there are other people that she has to work with in the building department and in other departments. And I think you're getting caught in the middle of some lack of communication, lack of understanding of what the CRA is by lots of people around. And I don't know that we need more training on that. But when we get, and I don't want to leave this on our current interim city manager, he's got enough right now.
That's fine, I can address it in a minute.
Okay, it's up to you. But things need to be ironed out over there in the building. I call that whole building over there the building department, whether they're technically building department or not. So I'm glad that you're trying to clean it up. I like the way it looks much better. I like your signs, but signs require permits, and permits need to be paid for, and you're saying they were paid for. I don't know. It's not my job. So I just wanted to respond to that. As far as somebody else being representative of the CRA, we went 11 years without a CRA director, and it shows. And she's working very hard, Karen is, to make up for some lost time, to follow the master plan, to follow the rules of the CRA. And I do not believe that someone else can take her job, because you need special training to be a CRA director. We don't have anybody else. We went for years pretending that the city manager was the CRA director, and basically all we did was pay bills. We didn't do anything to fix anything up. And I think that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Mr. Abels, did you want to say anything?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I had received a copy of, Mr. Taylor, I think, sent a copy of his email to me as well. And so I reviewed that email and I met with the CRA director. I asked the CRA director if she would please go through the email and develop a response, because the CRA is responsible for enforcing rules and regulations within the CRA. And I found that not just in Flagler Beach, but also in other cities, you have a CRA that sometimes has rules that's beyond or slightly at variance with what you may have in your building, rules and regulations. So I asked the CRA director to go through the email to catalog exactly what the rules and regulations are as it responds to Mr. Taylor's email. She is doing that, and it's complete now. I also asked her, when that's complete, to sit down with the building inspector and go through those rules and regulations and any issues that she may have with the trailer park, to develop a coordinated response that we would have, that we would then be able to get back with Mr. Taylor, so that there's a clear line of communication between our, what the rules and regulations are and what the trailer park is. That's being done. She's not yet met with the building inspector. She has gone through Mr. Taylor's email and developed a response. She has to now sit down with the building inspector, the building official, I'm sorry, and go through and make sure there's a coordinated and complete understanding of exactly what your issues are, what the CRA rules and regulations are, and what needs to be done to ensure that your facilities are in fact in compliance with the CRA rules. So that's being done. You'll get a response from them in, I would say, shortly. I want to make sure there's a coordinated discussion between the two, and then there can be a response, and I think that will clear up any misunderstanding that may occur when they have the chance to make sure that we have a coordinated response, and that's important. So you'll Mr. Taylor, you'll have a response and between the CRA, but it's appropriate that the CRA director deal with you on the CRA regulations. It is a very complex set of rules and regulations, and it's necessary that the CRA director be the one that communicate those CRA rules to you, and she will do that with the building official to ensure we have a coordinated response.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. Feeling comfortable with that? Okay, well, that's what we got going for now. So hopefully communication will get better, and they'll give you a better understanding of what. No, we've done that part. We've gone back and forth. So you'll get a response, like the city manager said, and hopefully everything gets better from there.
Just didn't want the accusations to be publicly announced, and then we didn't get a response, so we were kind of blindsided.
All right, well, keep in touch, and hopefully communication gets better. Our chairman's here now, and we're done with public comment.
Yeah, I just want to
finish this agenda.
Yeah, I'd just like to make sure that everybody on the dais here has a copy of that email as well. I really don't like having to hear these things. Mr. Taylor wasn't here to defend himself at the last meeting as well. So I'd like to see this squashed and taken care of, and that open lines of communication are happening. And if that means, so everybody here on the dais, I was a bit blindsided with what was presented to us at the last commission meeting. And I just would like to see this settled and open lines of communication happen between the CRA, the building official, and Mr. Taylor. And, they're investing quite a bit of money there in that park. So I just want to make sure that we're being amicable here and civil and working together for the improvement of the community.
All right, that closes. Oh, sorry, Scott.
Yeah, I wanted to echo something that Commissioner Sherman just said. Mike, I appreciate your getting involved, because I was here when the CR director had some pretty harsh things to say about the trailer park, and Mr. Taylor wasn't here. You know, no different than it's being talked about how she's not here tonight. So communication is the answer. I think the way you handled it and sitting down with her, addressing the expressed concerns and directing that she respond to them is the way to go. Because what I'm hearing, you know, you have a CRA director, that's her job. Now you have a property owner that you have expressed your good intentions for what you want to do. And then everything's haywire. So communication is the key, and I appreciate, Mike, you getting involved with that. Thank you.
Okay. We're all done? Okay, we're all done with public comment. And
We have Steve Daly's comment. I wanted to react to that.
Okay, all right.
Steve, I think there was some misunderstanding. What I heard about underutilized beach was not Flagler Beach beaches, but the beaches north of us.
North Flagler Beach.
Not north of north of 20, whatever street is the end of town. The county beaches. So 16th Road and Jungle Hut and Varn Park, those are the beaches that were being discussed as being underutilized. So I don't know if that makes you feel any better. No. I know we're being surrounded. We can't tell Palm Coast you can't allow any more building. We can't tell people you can't come to Flagler Beach. So we are having a problem. And that's what the purpose of that workshop was to try and gear up for, and we're going to be talking about that later in the agenda. But I just wanted that was a misunderstanding about the underutilized beach. We all know how crowded our beach is during the various hours of the day. So that's it.
Yeah, like all hours of the day. And just again to echo on that, and I was at that meeting as well. The county was present, and the counties who brought up how underutilized their beaches. In fact, I think they refer to them as the six hidden beaches because they have them and they're not being used. These are not Flagler beaches. These are beaches within the county. And I think one point that was made at that meeting was that while there was talk about parking for Flagler Beach, the point that was made, I made it and Commissioner Cooley made it, was that parking is not the answer. The beach is filled up. You know, you could bring as much parking as you want, but the population on the beach is expanding northward and access needs to be had there. That's where the parking needs to be. And I was pleased that there was positive comment from the county. And I think one official even said that there's actually Commissioner Pennington said that there's actually a study in place about how to get more beach access on the county's beaches going northward. So, to me, all signs were good, and I think everyone is fully aware that Flagler Beach proper is not the answer for Palm Coast or any other place. Thanks.
Could I ask what the comment was?
He thought,
He heard.
he thought we were at the workshop that with all the county and everybody.
Okay.
That we talked about Flagler beaches being underutilized and to bring more people in, which was totally the opposite.
Right, okay. And if there's any questions about that topic, I'd welcome, I don't know who made the comment, but whoever. Steve, you know, just hook up with me offline and I can take you through that too. Because that was a spearhead that I was, taking on. And
We have it later in the agenda, the very last item on the agenda.
got it.
I'd like to add something too. You had made the comment about no public comment. This was the first meeting of what will hopefully be many in the future, and the assumption was that hopefully the groundwork could have been laid and then later bring in public comment. And the other comment you made was about a parking garage, and that was a comment stating about the parking, that if there is a parking garage, it still doesn't, they're just going to keep filling up, and it's not going to solve the problem. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, Eric, I don't know if you know what number 8 got pulled.
Okay, number 8's out. Okay, thank you. All right, so 7 is, item 7 is done.
No. we
Item
didn't-
7
we
is
were on
not
6.
done. We're starting with number,
Yeah, I
we just
just wanted
finished
to know
number
that
6.
number 8 got pulled.
Got it.
And number 8's off the agenda.
All right, so everything's cleared up on 6. All public comments have been answered and responded to? Yes. Okay. All right, and there's also another public comment period towards the end of the meeting. You know, Keith, if y'all had anything, or Steve. So that'll be towards the end. I know everybody will be tired by then, but there's another public comment meeting by the, or another public comment period. All right, so we'll move on to consent agenda, and thank you for covering for me, Rick. So we have minutes of June 8th, 2023 and June 22nd, 2023, workshop meeting minutes of June 21st, 2023, special meeting minutes of June 22nd, 2023, and June 27th, 2023. Did everybody get a copy of all of those minutes and reviewed them? Any comments or anything on that?
Mm-mm.
I was on vacation, remember?
Why did you time that well?
Chair, if I may, just to make the record on the June 8th meeting, I believe Commissioner Mealy had declared a voting conflict on the
The Ronan
shed variance discussion, and that form is included in your minutes, and we'll follow those minutes.
All right, thank you. And we'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda item number 7, which is minutes? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. And item 8 got pulled, correct?
Correct.
All right, so in general business, we'll move to item 9, which is Flagler Beach Creates. So we got Ken, Brenda, and Joseph. And come on up.
Several other people.
Sure. What we've done in the interest of saving time and all, we have 3 of us that would actually be speaking, but we have it timed, so it's going to be pretty straight to the point. Talk about the mission, and we have a couple other things to talk about. So it'll be Joseph, myself, and we.
Where's the surf?
And Brenda. So Joseph will go first.
He needs
Good
a
evening,
surfboard.
Commissioners. Good to see you all. Joseph Pizzulli, local resident and business person. Flagler Beach Creates, the reason for establishing the group. In an effort to contribute to the uniqueness and fun factor of the town, a program called Project Create was established. The name, as our ideas progressed, was later changed to Flagler Beach Creates. Our original mission statement, Flagler Beach has a creative vibe. Through the art of all types, the town's uniqueness and signature can be strengthened and polished by raising the level of aesthetics and art of high quality and great design, improving the fabric and environment of our extraordinary community. The arts can add an image, taste, color, sound, and most of all, a soulful spirit recognizable by locals and visitors all. We consider the following: what gives Flagler Beach its uniqueness? What makes people want to come to visit, spend time, add to the revenue stream, and come back again? One obvious answer is its beaches and adjoining parks and marshy waterways. But Flagler Beach is more than a beach. It's a town with a certain uniqueness, a funkiness, if you will. Flagler Beach is surrounded by towns and cities full of strip malls where their soul has been lost and they've become plain vanilla. What Flagler Beach has to ask itself is, what if? Imagine the possibilities. How to strengthen and polish that uniqueness through a series of relatively low-cost improvements. These improvements will keep the community a destination place for visitors, but also add to civic pride, enjoyment for the residents. These improvements will advertently and inadvertently add to the revenue stream of the city. Our team consists of architects, artists, community developers, Broadway set designers, tourist marketing professionals, residents who love Flagler Beach and want to polish the uniqueness of our town. That's the people that we have in Flagler Beach Commits, and it's amazing the residents that live here that people don't know about. So, what if, imagine the possibilities, is Veterans Park. The main walkway becomes an aesthetic and art. We propose to create an artful pedestrian walkway with a spine that is designed so that it becomes more than just a concrete walkway, but art itself. The surroundings that would surround a new fountain that we have coming our way, and Ken will talk about that. But I just want to show you a concept. So the intent is to take our little 6-foot wide concrete path and to develop a beautiful pedestrian walkway that would be symbolic of ripples in the sand and have different colors, and then it's more of a gathering spot than just a little concrete sidewalk. And Ken, I think you can embellish upon the fountain. Yeah.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Chair. It's kind of funny to be back here again. But after this, you won't see me for 2 months. Anyway, I'd like to address some of the projects the group has been responsible for creating within the city of Flagler Beach. We'd like to help you and the public relate to what we consider to be artistic flair. We try to focus on creative interest and aesthetics because we like to think about what our city looks like and what do we want the city to look like in the future. City is limited with resources, as we all know, and what we do is we try to fill that void as a group within the city. I've heard some say, we don't want people coming here, and we kind of heard that tonight. That may be okay to some degree, but we have to accept the fact that the only industry we have in this city is what? Tourism. And without that tourism, without that industry, we don't have the revenue, we don't have the resources to help our business to grow, which actually helps with the tax base within our city itself. And without that industry, we pretty much dry up. Only the very, very rich would be able to afford to stay here. So we really need those resources to come here to the beach to enjoy the businesses as well as the restaurants. And those are the kinds of things that we focus on. Some of the projects that I'd like to talk to very quickly is that we've painted the outside of the Flagler Beach Museum. And if you go outside of this building here and turn to the left, you can see that the aesthetics of it looks pretty nice. And we colored it in a way that it actually helps the turtle that is out there to kind of pop out. It also helps the museum to kind of stand out away from City Hall itself, because a lot of people in the city didn't even really know that we had a museum here. It helps to enhance the appearance of the building and also the turtle. It helps to capture and create the backdrop, which is the jewel of that particular building, which is the museum. Penny, could you put up the sign, the parking sign? One of the things that Flagler Beach Creates did was we worked very, very hard on the parking lot signs, and there's parking lots throughout the city here, but before a lot of people didn't really know that those were parking lots. So we worked hard to work on some designs that were aesthetically pleasing, and we used a theme that actually captures some of the nature we have here. For example, the turtle, the osprey, and those kinds of things here. And we had the signs actually made at the cost. Didn't cost the city anything. Well, it did cost them the cost of the post, and our staff put them up, but we basically supported that project ourselves. It also helps to direct people to the parking lots. It prevents them from, to some degree anyway, from parking on private property and also staying off of the dunes and parking illegally. And it also encourages people to get out of their cars and go walk around and actually spend money in our restaurants and in our businesses. That particular sign is just one of the 5 that we have. The other things that we're doing is we're working on what's called we had last fall, the first time, the Witch's Ride. And if any of you saw a bunch of people riding around on bicycles in costumes around Halloween, that was us. It was the first time. We thought we were going to get like maybe 8 or 10 people, and I think we ended up with 25 or 30. We don't have any idea what we're going to get this year, but that was our first fundraiser. That also helps to produce funds that helps us to do things in the city without actually costing the city any money. We're going to be doing it again. Grants. One of the things you guys knew me as a commissioner was I was always begging. I like to get free money, so I'm very good at it and seem to be doing a pretty good job of it. And I'm very happy to say that with the help of Penny and the staff last week, 2 weeks ago, we got another grant from Home Depot, and they're actually going to be waiting for a date when we can actually come out and start working on this building right here. And the idea is to repaint it and make it aesthetically pleasing. The foyer area out here, we're actually going to work on that. We're looking at a theme based on veterans, which will actually be like a silhouette, not necessarily a mural. And it's also going to provide an area so that when people come to visit Veterans Park, they're looking at the plaques and things like this. If it's hot or if it's rainy, they can come out here and sit and have a nice place to sit and enjoy it while the bathrooms are there as well. So we're very happy about that particular grant. And it also helps spruce up the city itself. One of the other things we're working on, since I left here, I started using some of my artistic abilities to come out again. And we have a couple of folks in the city here that are very, very good with, they were stage production folks, and they started working on scarecrows. I started working with them as long as it was as well with some of the other members. And here's an example right here of one of the sets that we set down on the beach. We're going to be having like a scarecrow competition this fall with local businesses. It'll make it fun for the folks at the businesses, a competition. It'll be fun for the kids to look at. And Brenda, do you want to hold up our little friend here?
He has a surfboard.
This is our surfer here. That actually was on the beach, and we did a set, and the folks were having just having a conniption while we were out there photographing this. And some of the other pictures will show some of the things that we're going to be getting involved with as far as scarecrows. Those that do not have the ability to actually create a scarecrow, this is one that I created in my garage a couple of weeks ago. That is not a self-portrait if you think it is. I hope you don't think it is. One of the others that I did was those things, they're kind of playing around with those, and the blue one is actually made out of paper towels. So we have a lot of different things we get creative with. One of the next ones, she was one of my favorite there. We're not sure where we're going to put her, but her hair is definitely naturally blonde rope. So this is kind of giving you an idea of the kinds of things that we as a creative group get involved with. And here's one that's my fishing buddy there. We actually have themes. This particular one, as you all know, that I'm a fishing guy, so this is my fisherman here as a theme. And we will look at other kinds as far as cyclists on motorcycles, bicycles, and things of this nature here. But these are the fun things that we do, and this is, again, it's not just to have fun and play around for Halloween, but it's also to enhance the appearances of the businesses, give them something for people to come out and look at, and the kids will enjoy it as well. The other thing that I'll get to now is Veterans Park, because Commissioner Bellhumeur asked at the last meeting, what's the status of the Veterans Park Fountain Project? As you know, I continue to work with the high school students because we had a competition last fall, and the high school students were actually selected as the group that came up with the best idea. And as we move through the slides here, what we do is we continue to work with the students as well as the artists and sculptors to create a new Veterans Park fountain water feature. It will be based on the theme of a soldier in a uniform with a backpack holding a small child by the hand, and the child possibly hugging the parents. I say father, it could be a mother as well, person's leg. The small child will maybe be looking up at the military person, which will feature a man or a woman, or a man on one side and a woman on the other side. And if you can imagine a three-dimensional figure that you're looking at like right there, but if you walk around the back side of it, we were trying to focus on both the women and the men that are in the military, both serving. And that's what we have in our society today. So we're going to try to capture both. And then, like I said, on one side you see a male, you walk around on the other side, you might see a female, or you will see a female. And it will be resembling the military person. A statement that was made by the students when they entered this particular competition, they said, having a loved one leave is something that most can relate to, and it should represent the pain of a child, father and mother saying goodbye to one another as the individual goes off to serve their country. The base should have the symbol of all of the branches of the military around the base of it itself. The base should actually have if it's the Marine Corps, the Air Force, or whatever it is, it'll be embedded in part of the water feature itself. The water flowing will actually be either flowing or percolating in some manner, and we'll start deciding on that as we work with the city and as we also start to get closer to what the particular statue will look like. It's going to be based on a three-dimensional type sculpture, as I said. We'll start a fundraising project once we have an artist that's actually working on the design, and also have a sculptor that's working on what it's actually going to look like as well. And once we get that kind of finalized, I'll bring it back here for the commission to look at and also obviously approve so that we can have something to move forward. The other thing the sculpture will do is they always create a smaller image of what the statue or that particular feature will look like. And once they're done, what typically happens is that particular part or that image of that feature is usually auctioned off. And that's a way to actually raise money. So it'll be an auctioning of that particular thing that someone will have as a permanent thing that they can have in their home to resemble the permanent part that will be out there. I think some of you know from the last time I spoke to the commission anyway, we have secured a donor that is actually willing to match every dollar that we make. I'm estimating we're going to be somewhere around $30,000 to $40,000 to come up with something that's really good and be representative of our Veterans Park here in Flagler Beach. So I know that's kind of long, but it's a long project. It involves a lot. And right now I'd like to turn it over to Brenda, who's part of our group here. And very quickly we have Stephanie, and we also have Kathy, who used to run the museum here, but we keep her engaged. So right now I'd like to have Brenda come up.
Thanks, Ken. Good evening. I'm Brenda. I live at 1102 South Central. And Flagler Beach Creates, I just want to give a little history of exactly who we are and how we operate. Flagler Beach Creates is a division of Flagler Strong, where I serve as a beautification and renovation board member. As chair of Flagler Beach Creates, it's my responsibility to both support and report to Flagler Strong. Both groups have a natural alliance and work diligently to serve Flagler Beach. In order to continue to support the city and our local businesses, Flagler Beach Creates has to fundraise. And per our local business owners and real estate brokers, October is notoriously a slow month on the island. In response, Flagler Beach Creates has dedicated our fundraising efforts to draw visitors to the city for the entire month of October. Events include, like Ken mentioned, our second annual Witches of Flagler Beach ride, and the witches will take flight under the direction of Stephanie the morning of October the 28th. And we, as partners with Flagler Strong, we always try to start and end at the farmers market. We have two farmers market activities that are being developed One is October 14th will be Family Day at the market, and we're going to have pumpkin bowling. The UF horticulturist team will be there to answer any landscape questions and to help homeowners with plant suggestions that match their specific needs, be it salt or drought resistant, deer resistant. And we're going to have an education pavilion for the children, and the Flagler Beach Library has agreed to come out and host a book reading. The Turtle Patrol will be giving a presentation, and the 4-H will have a discovery center. 4-H, my heart is a little warm toward, because I was 4-H president, and the 4-H club, under the direction of the University of Florida, are trying to outreach to the eastern part of the county. And they have so many wonderful developmental programs for children, and they are evolving, and they will be starting cooking classes and dancing classes. And my hope is to help bridge the East and the West, because it is important for the children to understand opportunities that are out there. We also would like to have a birds of prey demonstration. There's a person on the island that before COVID used to go around and give demonstrations of the injured birds of prey that he houses. But in order, we will need the commission's approval to be granted to allow 4-H to bring baby chicks and bunnies in their cages, and for the rescue birds to be permitted in Wickline Park. So you'll have to let us know if this needs to be put on a future agenda or if we can resolve this tonight. Any comments on that?
I would probably recommend an agenda item for that, since it's not really part of this. Did you have an opinion on that?
I'd say future agenda item.
Okay, that's great, because Tracy from Flagler Strong will be here to support as the representative of the farmers market. So again, we're trying to develop things that bring lots of different people together, and I don't think we have too much that really emphasizes the family, and we do have a growing population of young people on the island, which is a good thing that we should nourish. A second thing, Tracy has requested that we host a dog Halloween costume activity, and we will go ahead and get that on the agenda too, if that would be okay. We would like to do that at Wickline Park, and the details of that, although we've started to develop the outline, they're pending permission, and we didn't want to go out and speak too much about that until we get permission for the dogs in Wickline for a couple of hours. And finally, the Scarecrows of Flagler Beach. Participating businesses and non-profit governmental entities will display scarecrows October 1 through November 1. A map of participating businesses will be available listing the business, the name of their scarecrow, and entity address. Businesses can create their own scarecrows, and for those who choose, the Flagler Beach Creates team will build a scarecrow around the business theme for a nominal fee. Worth Strecker and Nance Harrington, as Ken mentioned, they're two former Broadway set designers. They head up our design team and have been developing scarecrow prototypes like Sky. He's actually the surfing dog. I love you guys, but bringing the surfboard wasn't going to be a part of my makeup this evening. Another scarecrow that we are doing is Lori Otlin of the Turtle Patrol with her iconic blonde braids blowing in the wind, and working her nesting chart will be displayed on the bench facing the turtle display at the Flagler Beach Historical Museum. Other ideas that we're working on are to commemorate the city's centennial with a beachgoer wearing a swimwear from 1925. Again, these are artistic avenues that are directly related to the people and our city and our culture. And we will have a contest for the Best Scarecrow Award. The goal of the Scarecrow event is to bring visitors to the island during a slow month and to drive traffic directly to the businesses or entity displaying a scarecrow. We hope to attract photography enthusiasts, families, and lovers of art. Most importantly, to give our guests a reason to get out of their vehicle, walk around, patronize our small businesses, and enjoy the artistic flair of our beach town. On behalf of Flagler Beach Creates, we thank you for this opportunity and your continued support of our enthusiastic group of volunteers. Most importantly, to give our guests, our volunteers, and please like us on Facebook and visit us at flaglerbeachcreates.org. That's our website that we're slowly developing. And I hope you enjoyed seeing Sky.
All right, commissioners, questions for Flagler Beach Creates?
I did, and I think, Brendan, maybe you just answered it. You talk about wanting fundraising. You know, I don't have time to do the things that would be fun to do with you, but I would love to give you money. I had no idea you were fundraising. How do I go about doing that? I know you'll take the money. But how does the world know? And how does the world know about making a scarecrow and all that? Is that going to be on that website that you just said? Or? It's
going to be everywhere. We partner with the TDC and visit flagler.com. We have people within our group that are marketing specialists. So there will be a lot of information out there. The website, we have a special registration website. We've developed a flyer, getting the community involved. That'll be going out to offer scarecrow parts, because we don't want to go out and buy things. We want to use recycle and use natural elements. So this is our first October event, so we want to do it right, and we've been working diligently for 5 months, and we think you'll be impressed once we get the information out there.
Okay. Now, and my whole point, I love what you do. When you and I had met like a month ago or so, but the people who are in this room or who are watching tonight will know, but then there's still the world out there that...
Exactly. And we, on our website, we're working on the donate button. As far as the donations, right now, I've just been taking them and putting them into the bank people that I speak to. And the registration site, there'll be donate, ways to donate there. But anyone that ever has a question, please contact me. If you go to either our Facebook page or our website, there's ways to contact us. And as you know, I'm always available, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say, and you mentioned how to donate. This group of people is amazing. They call me weekly with amazing ideas that I don't have time to call them back. I'm jealous. I wish I want to go play with them, and I can't. So the Flagler Strong board, it's been a year already, close to, voted to pull this group in under our umbrella. We already kind of had a division of Flagler Beach beautification and restoration. So since our board has had new members, and we brought Brenda on because it's perfectly aligned with what they're already doing. So they do already have their own bank account. We can start collecting money if anybody wants to donate. It goes through Flagler Strong. They're working on their website, so you can go right to their website, see what they're about, and donate there. It is still part of our 501c3, so it just wanted everybody to be aware of that. And I will try to do a better job promoting them. I'm just, the connection, a lot of people don't know about it. And they're off running on their own. Their ideas are amazing, but they are with us, and we are super excited to have them doing some of the things that we would love to see in the city.
So the donations all get registered with you at 501c3?
They are all under there. Any of their events are under my insurance. Okay. So we're going to probably, they've got their own logo. We're working on a new logo for us. Theirs might end up saying, powered by Flagler Strong or something, so the community knows it is a nonprofit. But I don't want to hold them back because...
Yeah, but that's important, that piece that you just threw in there.
Yes, that's why I wanted to mention that. Before I sit down, any questions for me?
Any questions for Tracy while she's on the mic?
And just also we'll speak about when it's on the agenda, but the chicks and the dogs and all that, whatever, how that votes, but that is under our umbrella of Flagler Strong with our insurance. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
All right, other questions or comments for Flagler
I just want to
Beach
make
Days?
one other comment. I would like Larry Torino to hear this too. I just finished reading a book called The Swamp Peddlers, and it's about how most of Florida got settled. You know, people came into town, said, oh, look, 9 gazillion acres. Let's just build. And people mostly from up north didn't come. They bought lots without even looking at them. And so they bought in the middle of swamps. It's sort of like the Flagler Estates, those of you that are familiar with Flagler Estates that still can't be lived in. And the guy who wrote the book talked a lot about how important it is to have the community involved in the development of the town and what the town looks like. And I look at this drawing that Joseph gave, and this is exactly what the guy was talking about. And I learned, Larry, the super importance of good planning and zoning. I always knew it was important, but now I really know it's important. It's a great 300-page book. But this, I would love to send this to the author so he could see what towns can look like if people care. So, that's all.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I had a couple. Ken, this is probably for you, if you could come up. So this is about the scarecrows that you're doing, which sounds like the main initiative for fall. One of the main initiatives you're doing. Is this going to be designed like almost like a walk, almost like the Turtle Walk, where, you know, there's locations notated or something like that?
Yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to have them on the website, so you'll have the locations. And the scarecrows themselves, the way that we're designing them so that they would actually be able to be rolled out into like the storefront. But we're building them in a way that they're easily mobile so that you can move them without breaking them or anything like that. And that was one of the reasons why I started experimenting them with Nancy and Worth. And, you know, and I basically started using some timbers that I had left over from scrap materials and all, and screws and braces and, you know, stuff like that. So anyway, they will be available. Some folks will leave them inside, some will use them outside. I went to some of the thrift shops and picked up some hats and clothes and stuff for about $10. I got a whole basket full of stuff to use as scarecrow material. And then we're also working on acquiring, I think, some of the bales of hay, the straw. So they will look like scarecrows, and like the one that you saw that I built, I didn't have any straw, so he's a skinny-looking dude right now. He will be fattened up by the fall. But that's what we're doing with them. And as Brenda was saying, some people will not have the skills or the ability, they don't even want to do it. So what we will do as a group, if you say, you know, we have a theme of 7-Eleven, and I'd like for you to build a scarecrow for my store based on that theme. And what we will do is we will create something, and you know, I might put a sketch together, say, is this what you're looking for, and what kind of clothing do you want on it? Take the jacket off your back, I'm going to put that on a scarecrow, and that kind of thing there. So that's what we'll be doing, and it's a lot of fun, and I think that I think that one that I built him in about 2 hours. So, you know, we just kind of getting used to the whole project here and process.
Okay, and the other question would be, the museum that you just retired from just got approved for their new event, which is called Fall for Flagler, previously Cheer at the Pier. You know, is that something that y'all are going to tie into that? Like y'all's event would kick off with that or something? Or I didn't know if they're, yeah, absolutely. Come on.
I'm sorry, kind of to step back, there's going to be a map of everybody that participates and the name of the business, the name of their scarecrow, and the address, because the idea is to draw people to the front door of the business. And Second of all, we have many partners, and one of them is the museum, and we work a lot, obviously, because we painted the building. So we've known about their, it's a September event?
It's first day of fall.
Yeah.
I don't know the date.
It's a September event, and we respect their sponsors, and we've had all of this within our discussion. And Patty King is, a respected person that I know. And good question. It won't be a handoff because this is their first year and this is our first year. The only people that we really hand off to right now is the scavenger hunt. The witches are involved in the scavenger hunt. So does that answer?
It does. I didn't know if, with the fall theme, if you guys had a timeline set up as far as, like Starry Nights has a certain time window they do it. I didn't know if you guys had a time window nailed down for the scarecrows.
October 1, November 1. We want a starting and an ending date because we don't want to see stragglers past November 1. And we will be active in making sure that everything is maintained and taken down. So it's all a part of the plan.
Okay, very good info. And while y'all are both up there, since we're just talking about overall initiatives for Flagler Beach Creates, have y'all either sat in or teamed up with anything that Flagler Cultural Council is doing? Because they are the Flagler Beach Creates for the whole county. I didn't know if there was any tie-in to that group.
The TDC, the museum, the Cultural Council, they're all partners of ours. I volunteer for them, they volunteer for us, and it too, like Flagler Strong, is a natural alliance, and that's a good question.
Good deal. Yeah, it'd be great title. I know they have a lot of money too. Y'all might be able to.
Yeah, the county. I watched that one. The county, which is a good thing, and as big as we like to think that Palm Coast is and the county is, it's really a small community, and it's very important that we all work together. So, thanks.
All right, thanks, y'all. Okay. Any other questions for the Flagler Beach Creek?
Thank you so much for all you do.
Yeah, thanks for all you're doing.
So exciting. Like Tracy, I wish I could play with you too.
All right, thanks again. Is the surf dog ours to put up on the dais here? No. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks again. All right, so next we got item 10. Consider request for waiver of fees for special event in the amount of $305.50. And the applicant is Chris Delasio. Did I get your name right, Chris?
You did.
Okay. And Chris, you want to just give us an overall view of the event and what you're asking for?
Yep. So first, let me thank Madam Mayor and the commissioners for seeing us and for the support from the police department and fire department that we've been receiving. They've supported a lot of the stuff we've been doing. So I came up with an idea. First, let me introduce, this is Marcus Sanfilippo. He is actually the principal at Bunnell Elementary School. I partnered up with my church, which is Saltview Church here in Flagler Beach, and I came up with an idea on how I can better help the school. We, as a church, adopted the school with some projects, and so I wanted to take it to another level. I met with Marcus and asked him what I can do personally for the school, and he said that there was a $15,000 lunch unpaid deficit for last year, $15,000 of lunches that weren't paid by parents or whoever. $15,000. Yes. So I also found out that Marcus's school sends every Friday about 100 kids home with food, because if he does not do that, those kids don't eat until Monday when they come back to school. So they have a very big food pantry that I'm working on trying to get that filled up for them, and team up with the churches that help him with that. So what I decided to do, and I was granted permission to do it,
and which I'm very grateful for. But on August 25th, I will be going up in a boom lift in Veterans Park for a total of 45 hours. I will eat up there, sleep up there, do everything up there for 45 hours to raise money to pay off that school deficit of $15,000. We're also going to be accepting non-perishable food donations at the site to help fill up that food pantry. We're also working with Dollar General. I added something to this project. The teachers spend a lot of money out of their pocket to put stuff in the classroom to help the students learn better. So I partnered up with Dollar General. Dollar General has committed to giving us all the school supplies for the teachers for the school year at no cost to us. So, which is really awesome, and that's our local Flagler Beach Dollar General. So what I'm asking for, every penny that I'm raising, I'm kind of a one-man band, me and my wife. We are going out getting donations by selling spots on a big banner that will be hanging from the basket. We're selling spots on those. We're selling advertisements on T-shirts. And we're going door to door asking people for donations. And we've been on Surf Radio a couple of times a day. We're making it a family day. So this is I'm gonna go up 5 p.m. on the 25th. I'm going to be lifted up in the air by our mayor. She is going to lift me up into the air. And then on Saturday from 11 to 8, we're going to have a family day. We have 3 food trucks that are going to be here. We got some bouncy houses. We have a water slide. Salty Church will be handing out water bottles. We'll be collecting donations. And on evening, and Commissioner Cooley is very excited about this part, I am selling 3 water balloons for $2 that you can throw at me if you can reach me 35 feet in the air. He said he's going to bring like $100, so thank you for that. So what I'm asking for, there's $305 of fees that the city is asking me for. I'm asking for the city to please waive those fees, okay, because this is not I'm not a nonprofit right now. I'm not making nothing off of this. I'm doing everything on my own time when I'm not working. And I don't want to take money away from the children, more or less. So I'm asking you guys if you would please waive those fees. So every penny that I can give to Vanilla Elementary School, I can give it to them.
All right, thank you, Chris. All right, so discussion up here or questions for Chris? Mayor?
I just wanted to say I think this is a fantastic idea. I am a graduate of Bunnell Elementary School, and I think my lunch cost me 25 cents back then. So I can only imagine how expensive it is now, but great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, I have no questions, just you blew me away. You really did. Thank you. I'm a retired teacher. I can kind of relate to some of this, but it's amazing what you're going to do.
Mr. Spradley.
I think it's an awesome idea, everything that you're doing and being able to pull in the retailers to contribute is just awesome. So I would definitely support as long as the city attorney says that's something we can do.
You have the authorization, you have the authority to do it. You've done it for other events.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bellinger, do you have anything?
Just, I noticed on your application, you did that up in Essex for Essex Elementary.
So
was it the same deal?
So I lived in Baltimore for 8 years. I was married to a school teacher in Essex Elementary School. Their testing scores were low, and they were looking to put a computer lab into the elementary school there. Because of their low scores, they got no funding from the government or the state of Maryland. So I came up with this idea, and I did do it then, and was able to raise some money didn't really know how to go about raising money, but then I met somebody from Essex Community College, and they said that they were getting new computers. So what they did was they donated one computer and one computer desk for every hour I was up there. So we were able to put a computer lab into that school with no federal or state help at all.
Yeah, they do things backwards. Instead of giving money to the poorer schools, they give it to the richer schools.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Sherman, do you have anything?
No.
Okay, I had a couple questions. So you're going up for 45 hours and staying there and not coming down?
Unless the fire chief tells me I have to come down for a safety issue.
Per a hurricane coming through?
Hurricane, lightning.
How are you going to eat?
Home Depot is donating 5-gallon buckets I can put down. I also work at Friends, and they said they will make sure that I eat. And I know a guy that owns a 7-Eleven. Maybe he'll throw me some hot dogs or something.
So I gotta ask the morbid question.
I will have porta potty chemicals, and they will be passed down to my wife, and she will dispose of that properly.
Oh, you got a fun job. Okay, yeah, I figured I had to ask. I don't want it raining in Veterans Park. So I guess a possible suggestion for the folks up here, what if, it sounds like we have a consensus, although we haven't voted yet, but if this is almost treated like a sponsorship with this fundraiser, so the city logo could be on the banner as a sponsor, because, you know, essentially this is a $300 donation. Did you all have an appetite for that? Or?
Oh, I like that.
Organizer, is that something you'd be willing to do?
So what I'm doing right now is for $200, companies are putting their name on the banner. So I will be more than happy to put the city of Flagler Beach as one of the primary donors. And then also I will put the logo on the back of our t-shirt. Yes.
Right.
Okay. Further discussion
Good
on
idea.
this? None? Okay, Chris, if you could have a seat. We'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? You guys can just sit down real quick. Thank you. Come on up, Larry. Good to see you. If you can, please state your name for the record and microphone.
My name is Larry Torino. I just couldn't resist this. Is he going to be held to the height limit?
That is a very good question.
Gary Lynn McDaniel, Flagler Beach. I think you should give it to him for free and pay for the logo to be on there. The $200.
Okay, so you're suggesting that plus a donation, got it? Okay. And we'll respond to that once we close public comment. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, we'll close public comment. Further discussion. A member of the public had a suggestion that plus a donation. Is there an appetite for that, or is what are we doing enough?
I think we get requests like this from other people too, not for people up in the air like that, but, you know, to waive the fees. And I think you have consensus that we will. And if any of us want to donate on our own, if you let us know how, we can do that, I think.
Okay, any other thoughts? Mayor?
Didn't we have a little bit of funds we donated to the Cultural Society, and we had just a small stipend that was left over on a budgeted item?
Is that
We did
something-
$5,000 or $1,000. What did we donate?
Oh, you're referring to what got donated to the African American Cultural Society out of that particular line item. But I don't know how much was in that line item.
I remember it was a tiny amount that might actually fit this bill if we wanted to do that.
So we have one against, one in favor. Other thoughts? So we will need to have an agreement on that, one way or another. I'll go down the line. Commissioner Spradley.
I always wanted you to start with you, and I'll say yes.
Yes, what?
He's asking for a $200 contribution.
Yeah, turn your mic on.
Yes to a $200 contribution.
Commissioner Bellinger.
If we have a little kitty of money somewhere to, bucket of money to pull that out of, then I'm okay with it.
So you're saying yes per budget allowance on that line item?
And I would agree with what Rick's saying as well.
Okay. Commissioner?
Yes, I'm okay with.
Then I'll change my vote. So,
Okay,
look
so-
at that guy.
All right. So,
I was ready to give you my own money.
You still can.
all right. So we have the $200 donation. We have that a consensus, but we need to address this agenda item. I will look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to consider or waive the fees for a special event in the amount of $305.50.
I'll second it.
And just
need
to
to have that as part
formalize the other portion, can we include in there an additional donation of $200 to the event, subject to availability of funds in the budget?
Got that, Penny?
Is that an amendment to your motion, sir?
Yes, sir.
And the second, does the second accept that amendment? Yes. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right. Thank you.
Good luck. Hope you have good weather.
All right, item 12, approve purchase, removal of existing and installation of new LED fixture heads on the bridge.
About 11.
Oh, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. I skipped over y'all.
On purpose?
And you actually
Apparently.
let me get started too. All right. Receive an update on the stormwater valve project. City manager, you want to kick this off?
I would be happy to, Mr. Chair, and I notice that Lee is here as well, so Lee is the project manager, but I will ask Lee if I say anything incorrect since Lee's officially on vacation and not expected to do this, so I will make whatever comments, and if you see I make an incorrect statement or need to add something, please feel free to jump up and come on up. But I'm pleased to let you know we've given you a listing of what the valves are. We do have all the valves in inventory now. The one in question was 9A, and we had to go through a process of going from a 12 to a 10-inch valve with that. And the good news with that is we were somewhat concerned there'd be some fees associated with that particular valve. Because it is a new valve, there are no fees. The WAPRO agreed to do restocking for the 12-inch that we have, and we do have the 10-inch with no additional charges. It is in inventory and ready to be installed. We also do have a letter that's part of your package from DB Civil. They will mobilize on the 24th. And they're giving you a location, and the important thing with the agreement with DB Civil is it's a no-cost time extension, so there are no additional fees associated with the project. They will do it under the terms and conditions of the original agreement. As you know, the agreement is expired the 1st of August, so this will continue until the project is constructed, the valves are installed, and with no additional charge. So we're underway. It will be the 24th, and the projects will be complete. We do have everything in inventory and ready to go. So that's the good news. And just in case, Lee, if I not mentioned anything that you think needs to be added to with this, so I did a good job, huh? Okay, all right. So we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, before we get too far, and I might have missed this, so questions from last meeting, here's some notes I got. Valve 9B was leaking and needs resealed, and then there was something about the bolts on the valve. Do we have any answer or response to that one?
Well, you notice in the situation, that's what it says there on the sheet. about the leaking at the boat locations need to be sealed.
Got it. And that's part of
The project.
the project. Okay. That was the only pending thing I have notes for. Okay, commissioners, questions or comments?
Just got one question. Do you need an approval for that contract extension?
It'll be on a future.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all.
Any other comments or questions for city manager? Orly?
Yay? Is that a comment?
Yay.
All right. Well, let's open this up to,
Oh, boy.
let's open this up to public comment.
Yay, yay, yay. Yay, 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 yay.
No specific questions or anything? This applies to anybody. Y'all, even though this group here is very passionate about it, anybody can ask questions or comment. All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Well, that was easy.
Thank you, everybody, and city manager, thank you for getting that all together.
All right, commissioners. No action needed?
No.
All right.
I think 9A needs a ribbon cutting.
Well, I would say staff needs thanks, appreciation. They worked very, very, very hard to get this done, and they did an excellent job getting this together. And I think that it should be noted with the time extension is also it's a reflection of your staff and dedication the staff has. So they deserve a round of thanks as well.
All right, we'll move on to item 12, which is for the purchase and removal of existing installation new LED fixtures on the bridge. With the sole source vendor in the amount not to exceed $36,269. That's a very exact number. Jennifer.
Have a good night, ladies. Public Works Supervisor. And I'm here tonight to ask for your approval for the $36,268.52 left for the FDOT lighting. The previous amount was the goal was to get all the lights fixed and working on the bridge. This is what's left over. And, well, bridge and east and west. So this amount will focus on the north side of 100 right here. Most of the lights are out. There's enough for 5, and it will include a lot of new cable wire that has to be replaced. And that side hardly has any lighting, where this side does. So we kind of focused in that spot.
All right, questions for Jennifer?
What if it goes up to 53 cents? Are we in trouble?
I put it on there for
They rounded.
9, I rounded up.
They rounded.
I was being silly.
I was going to come up with something, and I liked hers.
Commissioner Bellhummer.
Yeah, how many lights did we put in phase 1?
25.
So for 25, it cost $83,000. For 5, it's costing $36,000. And the odd part is we got $36,000 left, and it just happens to be $500 or so too much. Why did we end up doing this in phases? If we could have, we're going through another mobilization. Is there a phase 3 to this?
No, this is it.
But we got more lights, right?
Yes,
What
but this
more-
is the amount of
we are-
money we had.
We are responsible for more state lighting, right? Down under the bridge and the walkways and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. And those are all on and working. These are focusing on the lights that weren't working at all.
So these would be, I was just taken back by, we got 25 for 83,000, we're getting 5 for 36. And it's only been 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? Is that additional work needed or something, or?
I think it's just mainly the remobilization. And I don't know, they got on here, where did I see that?
Conductors.
Over here. It's 80 hours for one employee and 75 for another to do 5 lights. So they're talking about, 2 weeks to put 5 lights up, and it didn't take them 1 week to do the 25. So I don't know. I just have a little trouble with what I'm looking at. Why it's so much?
The question I had is, I didn't see, and I might have overlooked it, but I didn't see a completion date on here. Do we have a set completion date to be done by or anything on this?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I know as soon as we give them the okay, then they'll come out and mobilize immediately and finish the job. I just did it in the first section of how much it was going to cost to get the bridge was the goal, is the bridge lighting.
And this should be a lot easier because it's down on the ground. It's not up on the bridge.
Agree.
That's my concern, but well,
It does seem abnormally high, and we aren't sure why this came back. Is there further discussion that we need to have or anything with the vendor to get clarity on that?
We could. I agree.
Mayor, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I'd like to get clarification. I mean, that's the difference of roughly from $3,300 to $5,200 per light.
Yeah, and this, is this like for like on these lights? This is just another phase of the same thing, or is this different?
No, it's just another, it's ongoing project. It's the same. So it shouldn't.
so we're expecting it to be the same light fixtures as they put on the other lights.
Correct.
The other clarification that I'd really like to find is exactly what lighting we're responsible for maintaining. Because we approved that contract renewal with FDOT for less money.
That should have been in the contract, right?
And it only said all fixtures, but it didn't say the parameters,
Well, isn't it one?
locations of them.
There, isn't it?
Well, that
isn't
was
it-
the one we were missing the exhibit for, remember? When we had a meeting on that?
I was absent for that meeting, I apologize, but I do know from previous dealings with this, happened to be litigation of accidents and street lighting, and, they asked for evidence. But it's an agreement that we've had with FDOT for many years, and it renews every year. And in that original one is all that exhibit. I can get it from FDOT. I probably have it somewhere in Laserfish. I just haven't looked for it for quite a while. I think the last accident was when Katie's husband was hit several years ago, so.
Isn't it all of 100 within Flagler Beach?
And I believe
It is A1A and 100.
And A1A, but the 100 part is from the city line to
Well, I don't think-
A1A, isn't it?
We don't cover much of A1A for lighting that I'm
Right.
aware of.
No.
But I think Moody Lane, there's some street lighting on Moody Lane. That's a state road.
So Jennifer, is
my unit price shows the same for the LED. The removal of the HPS fixtures and replaced with LED, my price shows the same.
right, so one question is, how time sensitive is this particular item? Is this something you need an answer on, or is this something we, could potentially get more information on and then have another meeting, have at another meeting?
Are the lights shielded? It is turtle season, so if they're not shielded, they're probably off anyway.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any of them on 100 up to A1A. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
So we got two directions we can go. We can ask for more information, or we can make a decision on this. Thoughts?
Well, you knew my thoughts.
We've had two people ask for clarification.
Yeah, I mean, my thought is, you know, we've got such a significant difference in, from what I see and what I'm hearing about unit pricing. I don't have the prior contract in front of me, but if that's accurate.
Oh, it says it on the
Yeah, it
front
says
page.
here,
It says it.
it was 83,000 for the first.
Right, on the
phase.
cover page of the agenda item.
And I think we're entitled to an explanation.
If it's not going to mess things up procedurally, then why not?
I'm in agreement with everybody else as well, so I'm okay with getting this reviewed.
See, your attorney, are you okay with a motion to table?
That's what I was going to recommend was a motion to table. You got it.
All right, so that's kind of what I'm hearing is a consensus. Before we do that, let's open this up for public comment. You can have a seat real quick.
Sure.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak on agenda item number 12?
Steve Daly, obviously you need to get details. I mean, that's just, you got to get that. Just a comment.
And thank you, Steve. Anybody else for public comment? Agenda item number 12.
All right, just to be sure, Steve,
first public comment.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
To be sure, Steve understands, I don't know, you haven't seen this, we do have detail. The question is, why is the expense, I think the question is.
Right, the additional.
The additional
yeah.
expense.
Okay.
All right, I'll make a motion that we table this for, it doesn't need to be date certain, right?
Future meeting, correct.
For a future meeting.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. City manager, do you have notes on pretty much what's expected?
I believe so,
Okay.
yes.
And that way you can take back and be ready for next meeting?
Yes.
A meeting.
And maybe somebody can find out what how many more lights that we haven't done?
Yeah, it would probably be
And
good to
maybe
bring the
come up-
contract, Penny, and the exhibit with that item.
Thank you.
It's been a while since that exhibit was, and there's been questions about that exhibit the last time this came up too. All right, item 13, application SPD 23-04-01, which is site plan approval on a multi-family apartment complex consisting of 39 units on 3.16 acres on Leslie Street. And Larry, you are presenting. Good to see you, Larry.
You're just smiling a lot today. That's good. You're smiling a lot. That's good.
Smiling for now.
For now. Okay.
Now that we got to his item.
Okay, thank you. As you recall, a couple months back, this item came before the commission, and unfortunately, there was a miscommunication, and the applicant wasn't present to officially discuss this item. The applicant is here, as well as an applicant representative. I have a question for the attorney. Drew, this is a quasi-judicial? Okay. Okay. typically, as I do, I like to go through some slides.
Just worked. I swear it just worked.
I saw it. There it is, a little bit slow. But what I do want to remind the commission of is in the comprehensive plan, in the housing element, it speaks about diversifying the housing stock. And this development is in concert with that, being multifamily. I would say the city is fortunate in one way, and just north of this, you're all familiar with the preserve, which is under construction now. But this site is just south of State Road 100, at the westerly end of Joy Street. I'm sure you're all familiar with the location. The southerly entrance into the development is at the end of, I shouldn't say at the end of Leslie Street, but off of Leslie Street. Zoning of the property is general commercial. The general commercial zoning district does allow as a principal use all permitted uses in the medium density residential district, which includes multifamily dwellings. Future land use map designation is medium density residential, so even though it's not a principal permitted use in the zoning district, is on its own merit, it is, however, consistent with the future land use map designation as medium density residential. The property consists of 3.16 acres. This depiction here, this graphic, is the master site development plan. I'm sorry, there's not a pointer here, but there are two buildings. Building number 1 to the north is comprised of 27 units. Smaller building number 2 is comprised of 12 units to 39 units. The primary entrance into the development is at the southerly end of the project from Leslie Street. At the north end, Joy Street is intended to be used for emergency access primarily, however, will be utilized for sanitation and emergency services in the police department, hopefully, which will not be called upon very often. Just a general description and layout of the plan. Obviously, you can see the parking going from north to south. On the easterly side of the development, that green area there is a screen fence that will be erected, a PVC fence that will provide a screening between the single-family residential just to the east of this property. Again, the parking is L-shaped, just in reverse. The development requires 78 parking spaces, 79 have been provided. Some of the amenities on the property, there is an existing borrow pit on that property. It's just a little bit over an acre. The intended use of that, beside from a retention standpoint, is also to use that as a recreational facility, both active and for passive purposes. At the southwest corner, you can see a deck, and adjacent to that is a crossover. That bridge crossover actually is for two purposes. One, it's a dry retention. However, there is a spillway there that if the conditions are such that that area is designed to be able to accept and to retain water, that bridge crossing then is for maintenance purposes, also as well as when that area is not does not have any water on it, it can be used as a passive recreation area since it is green space. Some of the other amenities are bike racks, which is a requirement. I believe 8 were required, 10 have been provided. You can see the designation on the site plan. There are 2 fountains planned, which I think is an extremely positive as far as the pond and keeping the water moving within that area. let's see, there, utility-wise, there is a backflow preventer. If you look between the two buildings, just off of the parking area, there's a backflow preventer at that location, which will be screened with landscaping. If you look at the black dots around the perimeter of the building, those are air conditioning units. Initially in the design of the plan, those AC units were at the front of the building. In cooperation with the developer, they did adjust those to not make them as visible. That speckled line going around the outer perimeter of the building, both rear and front, serves two purposes. Obviously, one is a walkway for accessibility. The second use for that would be for, again, recreational purposes and to utilize in that regard. There was a question about a fire hydrant and the addition of a second fire hydrant. It doesn't show on this plan, but that has been provided for by the developer. I can tell you on my own review of this development, I generated some 19 comments. Each one of those have been addressed. The consulting engineer, Mead Hunt, generated 14 comments. Each one of those have been addressed as well. I might add, the civil plans are not here for final approval this evening. They're not required at the final site plan approval hearing. Civil plans and construction plans are required to be approved prior to a building permit being issued. So this is an optional step. What we're looking at the site plan, but in your packet, the site plan packet, you will see civil plans as well that deal with stormwater, utilities, lighting, irrigation, all of those types of elements. They are not, like I say, required here. That is an option that the developer may choose. And I might add, those plans are quite comprehensive, and I said earlier, reviewed by Mead Hunt. The developer also, as a secondary and actually primary for getting a permit, is approval by the respective agencies outside of our district, that being St. John's Water Management District, environmental approvals, everything of that nature. As a backup to the site plan application, the applicant has provided geotechnical reports, environmental reports, has provided a traffic statement, even though at this level it does not warrant a traffic impact study. But he did provide, the applicant did provide a trip generation in PM and AM peak hours for trips. I'm available for any questions.
All right, Commissioner Mealy.
Yeah, I got quite a few.
Okay.
You show that there is screening from the private houses on Joyce and Leslie.
I'm sorry?
There is screening from the houses on Joyce and Leslie. You show that.
North and south, there's perimeter screening there, and I failed to mention along the perimeter of the pond is a decorative, non-climbable fence.
What about there's one part of Pine Creek Apartments that really is going to be very close to them. Is there screening there so that they don't have to look out at that?
There's no requirement for residential, adjacent to residential, for a opaque screen. So that's an elective. That's not a requirement. There is a requirement when there's a difference between single-family residential and multifamily. That's the key.
Okay.
That trips that threshold.
All right. Is there a requirement that they have active recreation? I know that there are bike racks, which would insinuate that there will be people on bikes, and that there are sidewalks for them to ride on.
Yes.
I remember at the PAR board meeting, there was talk about kayaks and stuff in the borrow pit. Are those really considered active recreation, or is it just made to look that way?
Let me explain it this way. The opportunity for active recreation is there, just as a playground would be. The equipment is there. When someone is there actively using those facilities, it then becomes active recreation. So you're providing the potential for active recreation. And that's what the intent of using the pond area for an active recreation purpose, and also for passive recreation. If someone wants to fish, there's a deck down at the other end. If someone wants to utilize that darker green area at the very top, that is the area where the kayaks and paddle boards or canoes, that's up to the choice of the developer, of the owner. There is a gate, there's a fence along there, there's also a gate that closes off that particular area, and it's protected access, let's put it that way.
Okay. Yeah. I remember that was a big issue with the last development, that there'd be a fence.
For multifamily development, each unit requires a minimum of 200 square feet per unit. So you do the math on it, and I don't have the numbers right. I can look through my materials here, but they far exceed the minimum requirement to satisfy the recreation requirements.
Okay. There were a question, I think you said that all this was dealt with, but on the site design, there were several, 9 or 10 issues, and these have all been addressed? And
yes, I believe I generated like 19 comments. I received 14 comments from the consulting engineer. Probably, I think, was 2 or 3 of those were redundant of questions that I had, or comments that I had to the applicant. Most of those comments dealt with setbacks. As an example, you have it in your packet, and I apologize, this is, well, okay. This is other information that is included in your packet. If you want me to cover it, I will. It will answer some of the questions that you were asking, Commissioner Muley.
You don't have to go through it.
Okay. One of the examples of a comment that I had, and this is a good picture to illustrate that, is the vehicular parking. On the initial submittal, the sidewalk was 5 feet wide, and there's a curbing between the parking area and the sidewalk. That is the front face of the sidewalk. So with the overhang of 2 feet, it left a 3-foot walkway of clearance. To do what they're showing, or what they did show, would require a 7-foot sidewalk. So with a 2-foot overhang of a vehicle, you then have 5 feet of clear walking, and they did do that. A lot of other comments, most dealt with architectural. I may have it here on the south end of a building. There's a requirement that we call fenestration, which essentially is just windows. And, well, here's the illustration here. If you look at the top picture on the left, there's 4 windows on the second story, 2 windows on the first story. If you look at the lower elevation, that shows you being compliant with the requirement for the ratio of window area to wall area. so you can see the number of windows that were added and the difference it makes in that elevation. And I don't know whether it affected the floor plan or not, but the applicant has made those changes. So things like that, those types of comments have been addressed.
Right. In this packet, that you probably, that's what you're using, the slides. When it talks about the total trees, it says existing trees. Are there 21 that they're not cutting?
Well, if you look close, there's a little discrepancy. There's two key legends shown. The one at the top shows 21 trees. The one on the bottom shows 20. And the discrepancy is on the top legend of the tree types, there's hackenberry tree. And I don't know what a hackenberry tree is, but there's two of them on that property. And they're not accounted for in the tree removal legend and tally that's shown on the lower side of that page. But what I can tell you, if you look at that survey, there is 800 inches of trees being removed. That's the diameter breast height for the trees that have been marked to be removed. Their replacement program, which is, I believe, 66 trees or 61, if you calculate the the number of inches that will be replaced, there's a gain of, let's put it this way, 800 inches are being removed, 1,200 inches being replaced.
But they're not clear, my question was more like they're not clear cutting the property. They're leaving some trees there.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
That's a good
I think there was 80 or 81 trees. They're leaving some, I think it's 60, if I recall right, are being removed. It leaves 20.
Great. Okay. I like that when things don't get clear cut. All the groundwater problems, all that's dealt with, and will be adequate.
It's interesting you mentioned that, Commissioner Mealy. I had a conversation today with the engineer about another item, and again, I'm not a certified licensed engineer, but I've been around it enough. And since I've been with the city, this is the most sophisticated stormwater drainage system I've seen.
Great.
It's a combination of different techniques, and I'll let the applicant speak more to that. But the main concern for the city is that post runoff doesn't exceed the pre-development runoff.
And you feel comfortable that?
Well, I'm not the city engineer, but I can tell you the numbers. If you look at the numbers, and you have to believe the numbers demonstrate that it's more than adequate to satisfy the 25-year, 50-year, and 100-year storm levels.
Okay. Sorry you gave us so much stuff. Yeah, that in the stormwater report, it says, it talks a lot about a 25-year storm. We really need to be prepared for 100-year storms.
Yes.
And so from what you just said, we will be.
And that's actually a requirement of St. John's Water, but again, the applicant has submitted the development plans to them.
I'm almost done, I promise. And the traffic study. Not a traffic engineer.
I'm not a transportation engineer, but
okay.
I can do some math.
Think through my logic. There are 39 units. Most will have 2 people in them, at least 1 car. Many of these will be working people. You can't tell me there's only 2 trips in the morning and 2 trips at night. I have trouble with that. So I need...
No, I'm trying to look for my paperwork.
59 trips.
Daily is what this says.
Yeah, daily.
Correct, but then you need to look at, there's AM,
Somewhere I
PM,
read
peak
2
hours.
between 7 and 9 in the morning, and maybe this isn't
To do with it.
Right, but if I read this traffic study correctly, it's 259 daily trips is what
Okay, and that makes somewhat sense to me, but, okay, I guess I read it wrong.
What they do, Commissioner Mealy, they take those total trips, and then they break them down into AM and PM peak hours. So if you have the diagram, the graphic in front of you, if you go down to the single-family classification, it's probably 3/4 of the way down on the sheet.
This one?
I'm sorry, it should be multifamily, my mistake. It's right below the single-family. It says apartment 220.
Okay, apartment, all right.
Okay, if you look at that, these trips are generated based on dwelling units. And then there's a factor applied to that. So the factor that they apply for weekday trips is 6.65. So you take that 6.65, multiply it times the number of units, and that's where you come up with your total trips. Then they take those total trips and break them down into AM and PM peak hours by using different factors. And what's interesting that I wanted to point out, if you look at multifamily, based on dwelling units, it generates 6.65 trips. If you go to single family with the same number of units, which the factor is 9.57, the trips increase from the 259 to 373. So a lot of times people try to use as an argument, well, multifamilies are going to generate more than single family. Just by these results, which are done by the transportation and traffic engineers, dispels that. So I guess the point I'm trying to make, there's actually less trips to be generated with multifamily than if they were single family homes.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Commissioner Valier. Mike.
Okay, I got several. The Joyce Street improvements that you've got proposed, by doing what you're proposing is, where is it? You're going to put the base down and so forth to create a 6-inch lime rock base and possibly receive asphalt in the future. But by doing that and creating the road base, are we creating impervious areas that wasn't in the past? And would that require some stormwater drainage because of it?
Okay, I'm going to defer that question to Lee Richards. I mean, I can give you my answer, but I don't want to give you bad information. Lee is here from the engineering department, and I would rather he speak to that than myself.
So you're talking about 6 inches of compacted dirt subbase and 6 inches of lime rock base. Does that not make it impervious?
It does not.
Does not?
No. It becomes impervious when you put an impervious surface on it. This is just preparation for that event. If the city would decide that somewhere down the line they want to, put compacted millings or asphalt or concrete, then it would be impervious. And we would have to account for that.
Which would then trigger having to put stormwater, to deal with stormwater runoff from the street, correct?
Yes, and you would do that by roadside swales, typically. The idea here is to prepare the road to be able to accept emergency vehicles and to dissuade the public from using it as an ingress and egress into the development. We are trying to make it sufficiently compact sufficiently compact and wide enough, constructed with our standard details to accommodate a fire truck or a sanitation truck. And hopefully that is what we're trying to provide that ingress and egress for.
All right, well, as long as you're up here talking stormwater, let me, there's a ditch there, a very large ditch that brings water from south. I guess it kind of originates in Bridgewater, I believe, right? And it heads north and goes to that borrow pit. What happened to that? Where does that go if they're building a parking lot where it used to be?
Oh, good. Oh, Commissioner Bellhumor, if I might, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Lee, but if you're not able to respond to that, the consulting engineer, or the applicant engineer is present this evening, and I'm certain.
I understand that's where some of the underground storage for the stormwater
Yes, but I believe he could speak more coherently about how the system works and the function of that particular ditch and the the infrastructure that's being built into it to account for that ditch. That's all I'm saying. He is here.
Okay, well, I'll reserve that question for him then. I appreciate it. Thanks, Lee.
You want to ask him now?
I can.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we get the applicant engineer? This way it just doesn't get lost in the shuffle.
Okay.
Harry Newkirk, Newkirk Engineering, 1230 North US Highway 1, Ormond Beach. Great question.
Did you get the gist of my question?
Yes, sir. Great question on stormwater.
Okay.
We are rerouting the ditch with a 30-inch pipe that's not connected to the stormwater system. So the ditch will function to discharge directly to the borrow pit.
So where's the 30-inch pipe going?
To the ditch
around your underground storage.
It's going in an angle, and there's no underground storage next to that pipe.
Okay, so the drawing that I saw was deceiving because all that parking on the west side, directly across the frontage of all the apartments, was from the drawing I saw was underground storage.
So the way it works is there's two underground storage locations. They're on both sides of a 30-inch pipe. And we have another pipe that goes over top of that 30-inch pipe and connects the two systems because the underground storage is up high because it has to be above the water table. The 30-inch pipe is deep because it's going in under the water table so it doesn't erode the borrow.
So it goes underneath your storage.
That's correct.
So, okay, yeah. So, and you're not changing the pitch of that, obviously, or you interrupt the flow.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So the study's been done that the 30 inch is sufficient to cover what travels through the existing ditch then, right?
Oh, absolutely. There's an existing 30-inch pipe that comes underneath Leslie Street right now.
Is that what that is?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And so what we did is we extended the same 30-inch pipe, but we increased the slope of that pipe, which means we have more capacity to run into the pond, and I was able to lower it, so increase capacity of the pipe system.
So from your calculations, the stormwater runoff from this property will be no different than it was before they started?
So that's correct. That's, okay. We have to do that and show that to St. John's. I'll let you know that it's still under review with St. John's.
I'm just wondering where the ditch went. So we turned the ditch into a pipe.
No, we can't. We couldn't cut that off, or we'd flood out the neighbors, and that would be a big issue.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
So there were a few items that the par board brought up. One was about a stop sign. I don't totally understand. It says entering west. onto Leslie Street. You can't enter west onto Leslie Street. So, but is there a stop sign going to be put wherever they were asking for?
You want to respond to that, Harry?
Sure. So what was occurring is when you entered on Leslie Street, it was just free flow. You didn't stop when you entered the site, and you kind of could go right to where the apartments are, or you could take a left and go where this existing multifamily is. So what we did is added a stop sign as you enter in on Leslie Street, so all maneuvers would stop at the same time. So someone wasn't just flying through, they all have to stop.
Okay, so it meant off of Leslie Street into the parking, not onto Leslie Street.
That is correct.
So it's just a misprint. Okay, so, and then that access to the existing apartments will be perpetual?
Yes.
Even though they have to cross somebody else's property to get to it, right?
Yeah, there's a easement over it. Yeah.
Okay.
And we got to maintain that access during
And your
construction.
solution for the fire hydrant was to add another one somewhere else, correct?
That is correct. So we added a fire hydrant close to where the fire department connections are, so the fire department can access the fire sprinkler system, because these buildings have fire sprinkler systems.
Okay. Larry, can you go back to that site plan page you had? I want to show the walk over. There you go. So over there where it says crossover, it could be used as recreational space. Is that grassy? Is that going to be a grassy area, or is that a wooded area? It's natural at this state. Natural state.
It's natural now, but it's going to be graded and it's going to have Bahia sod.
Okay, so you are going to turn it into real green space.
Real green space with landscaping also.
So some kids could go over there and kick balls around or something. Okay.
You're talking about that top left?
No, down to
Bottom left. On the other side, where it says crossover, that would be an area that could be used for recreation.
That's not on the site plan. Can't talk about it. You can't say it's going to be used for that if it's not on the site plan, right?
Well, apparently it's something that the city has.
It's on the bottom left.
Maybe we don't have that particular.
The site plan does show the crosswalk over.
So it shows the land.
It's not delineated in color like that one is. But,
we could add a label to it. That's
okay. So why are we trying to keep everybody staying on Leslie Street as opposed to using Joyce Street at all? Because we have people in that existing apartment complex that are typically upper age folks, many of which don't have vehicles and have to walk up and down Leslie Street all the time. So I saw that one of the recommendations from the PAR board was to put a sidewalk on Leslie Street with 259 vehicles up and down Leslie Street and a lot of people walking. Is there any accommodations for that? Why did we not go? Did we address that recommendation from the PAR board?
Sidewalks? No, sir.
From what I've heard and the answers I've gotten, that's the only thing I have a real issue with is the additional traffic on Leslie Street and the people that use Leslie Street as a sidewalk now will have to deal with that many more cars. However, if Joyce Street were used as a in and out, then those trips might be less on Leslie Street. That's the only real thing that's,
Hey, Commissioner Bellhumor, it's discouraging using Joy Street. The option is there. For residents, it's not closed off. There's not a safety gate there. So the notion is to discourage it, but it's available.
okay.
So
There's not going to be a gate or...
no, it's just what I foresee. I mean, human nature. I think Commissioner Cooley alluded to that. You know, sometimes most people will look for the shortest way to get to between 2 points.
Yeah, if they live at the north end of that complex, they may want to use Joy Street.
But I would speak for myself. Back to my cars. Well, my car is a good example. It's an Xterra. I would drive up and down that road, not being improved. If I had a Lexus, which I don't have, I don't think I'm going to drive my Lexus up and down that road maybe the first year, but after the second or third year, when it gets a little bit worn and all, if it is, I would think otherwise and use another means of access. And I kind of liken this, and I mentioned this to Mr. Newkirk, I liken Joy Street to the city alleys. I call Joy Street an alley on steroids. So there's one residence. I mean, a sanitation truck has been accessing that roadway for years. And it's in the condition that it is. The developer has agreed, and I'm not speaking for engineering, but has agreed with the city request to improve it, to put a good sub-base in for future surface covering that's impervious. What I would ask in the recommendation that I have, and I didn't include it in my staff report, and this thought came afterwards, because of the way it is, and even if it was paved, Joe, you might help me out on this. I believe the developer should be required to have a performance bond and either a warranty bond or maintenance bond for a given period of time.
Just wrote that down. So, yeah, okay.
Good minds think alike sometimes.
Sure you want to admit that?
Okay, that's all the questions I got.
Okay, questions for applicant or Larry?
James?
I think you addressed my concern with Joy Street as well, so I think that was the major concern I had.
Mayor?
Mine is Leslie Street. Rick hit it when he discussed the pedestrian traffic that road has, and lots of them are on mobilized scooters. And is there a way that we could put a sidewalk in? I know that those residents, they had people come up whenever the car wash was being built, because there was still a concern with all the traffic that's being put on John Anderson, and now we're taking additional traffic on that same route for those residents.
I mean, I really can't answer that question. It's not a requirement. It's an off-site improvement. For pedestrian safety, I understand what you're saying. True.
It's a question for the city. I mean, the city can put a sidewalk there. If the city wants to put a sidewalk there, can the city compel the developer to put a sidewalk there? Not as an off-site improvement unless you're going to compensate them somehow.
Okay. That's all I had.
Mr. Spradley?
Good, thank you.
I don't have any questions, I have comments. So you can sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I don't want to just keep you up here. Thank you. Do we want to hear from the developer first before we have discussion and comments, or what y'all want to do?
But we had our comments already.
Well, it was mostly questions.
Well,
then I'll just cover my comments. First comment is 259 daily trips. I personally don't agree with the rationale of keeping a dirt road to discourage people from using a public road. To me, that just does not sound like sound engineering or sound planning. If you have a population going to an area that requires a road to get to it, and that population generates a lot of daily trips, then you build the road to accommodate the traffic the road's going to get. You don't unbuild the road and hope people don't use it. That's my forward thinking on how the discussion should be going on a street. 259 daily trips. The access road, the first one from the intersection at 100 needs, I am of the opinion that it would need to be paved. I think it would be, I just, that whole theory, I just respectfully disagree with it. In this, we're calling regular sidewalks walkways, that's what it would be, or an exercise path. Those are just concrete sidewalks to access the building. So I'm not really sure why it's being called anything different. The speckled material is not a gravel path, it's concrete. That's what it's shown out on this page. And it's showing to be a concrete, just pavement sidewalk. And that goes, it goes to the handicap spots, it goes to all the access points to the buildings. The only thing that is not concrete is the little, what would you call that, the dock bridge kind of thing that's made of wood. That's delineated.
Crossover.
There you go. We'll go with that. The concept of the active and passive recreation areas, I see the top one that's actually delineated and to be built. I don't agree with saying a drainage ditch is active or passive recreation area. I don't even know what type of legalities you get in. So this body of water, we'll call it, just for the sake of conversation, Drew. When you have a piece of land and it has a drainage ditch on it that has water in it, right? And it goes from one property to another. Is that considered navigable water? If I go to
Not navigable, it would not be considered navigable under state.
So none of those things about you can stick a kayak in there and paddle around.
But that doesn't mean you can't put a kayak in it and paddle. Navigable is a very specific term. It means you can actually navigate from point A to point B, is what navigable means. It does not mean you can't put a kayak in.
But if somebody was to put canoes and kayaks in this body of water, they have to stay on the property. They cannot continue into the other properties that this body of water.
If they're private bodies of water, that's correct, yes.
Correct. That's my point.
If I can make a point to that, I can tell you in the city of Flagler Beach, there are many, many properties that are crossed by kayakers, canoeists, because there's many properties that their lot lines extend out into the water. Mm-hmm. So that happens citywide.
Well,
I shouldn't say citywide, but in virtually all the lots that are waterfront lots along Daytona or whatever, they extend out into the marsh.
But that's navigable water.
Not well, if you make it that.
Off the IC.
Yes.
That's all fair game.
Maybe a different term to use is waters of the state, because I think that's really what the chair is referring to as waters of the state.
But they're outside of the waters of the state. These are more interior.
The point the chair is making is a private body of water. I have the right as a private property owner to restrict somebody from my private body of water. That's the point the chair is making. And I think what you're saying, though, is in the city generally the practice has been that people allow that cross navigation of private water bodies.
Yeah, and I'm just only giving my own interpretation of this. I don't consider the drainage ditch, whatever we want to call it, burrow pit, to be active or passive recreation area. It's not. Even in the paperwork, it has examples of what is considered common space, and I'll just read it to you. The development shall designate within the common open space minimum of 250 square foot of active recreation. Examples are children's play areas, play fields, swimming pools, sports courts, et cetera, for every 20 units or increments thereof. Non-drainage ditches. And then the drainage ditches has fountains in it, and you're trying to navigate around a fountain. And unless there's going to be a major reconstruction of this pit, it's not even, I would debate if it's even navigable at all. Have you all seen the pictures of it? Because they're in the back.
That's why I question.
Commissioner Cooley, if you would look at the engineering, if I can pull up the sheet for you, there actually is, I won't call it extensive work, but there's a realignment of the bank of that borrow pit, actually cleaning it up and giving it more definition. See if I could find the page here. I can read my writing. But to your comment about a borrow pit or whatever being used for active recreation, myself being very familiar with South Florida, you can go to some of the nicest residential developments in South Florida, and it is borrow pits that are used for their recreational activities, with actually clubhouses being built on them. So they do serve a purpose and an intent.
Yeah, I've seen large, subdivisions with paddle boards in them and stuff, and some owners, things like that.
Just again, I'm not debating or whatever, but you look at that. You remember now that from north to south, this pond is the length of a football field, and in width, it's a little under the half of a width of a football field. It's about 35 yards wide, average, and almost 100 yards long. That, to canoe around that or to kayak around that could be a workout. I never did think, quite frankly, myself, in the discussions with the developer about that ditch. My thought was that, why would somebody go there? But people being what they are and who they are, maybe there's something that could be put there to close off that ditch for access. Some type of something in the water that can serve as a screen and not impede the water flow. I'm just bringing that out if that's such a concern.
Right. Well, my concern is that we're calling something an active and passive recreation area, either one, that in my opinion, does not meet the definition. But then you get into the other issue of this body of water, if you would even call it that, goes into other properties, and which are, this is not state waterway. So you have an issue with that. Especially if we're going to call it a recreation area. So I have concerns about this property not meeting by definition the recreation area. I mean, it's even to the point where we're calling sidewalks exercise paths. That's not the intent of that entire definition of active and recreation areas. That's not what that's designed for, in my opinion. That's most of my concerns on that. Any other thoughts or comments?
Yeah, a recreation area typically doesn't have alligators in it, does it? Because that lake, that definitely does.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, our golf course has alligators.
Yeah, but they don't swim in it or paddle around in it. I don't know. Just saying.
All right,
I know there's alligators in it.
Further conversation. Do we want to hear from the applicant?
Yeah. That's why we put it off last time.
Right. Or does the applicant want to speak? If you can, please state your name.
I'm representative of the applicant. My name is Katie Crook. I work for the owner and developer of the property under Tri-Legacy Homes. ALT Homes owns the property. I completely understand the concerns. I actually live like right here, so I know this property well. We've been there for many years, and yes, that water does flow into the back of our area. But our goal with this is, it's a smaller development. It's 39 apartment complexes, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms.
And when we started looking at this, we really wanted to bring something that was of beautiful quality in an affordable state. When you have 39 units in a tight little spot, it gets financially very difficult to start adding the grand amenities, if you will, for lack of better terms, with like the glorious swimming pools and the clubhouses. Ideally, we would love to do that, but it just doesn't developmentally and financially doesn't fit the bill unless we start raising the price of the rent. And that's not what we want to do. We want to give a beautiful way of living close to the beach in that area. As far as Joyce Street is, we have gone round and around with the city. They've been great. Meet and Hunt, they got us stuff from DOT to really try to figure out how can we stabilize it at its best capacity with the future of paving it. I know we've talked with the city of Flagler Beach back and forth of, what does that look like in years' time? It's also an additional cost, but we are in agreement to go ahead and stabilize it for the future of paving. We had never intended for that to be a main entrance. It was always meant to be used as a secondary or emergency entrance exit. I don't know if you have questions.
Comments or questions?
No.
None? All right.
Comments on this side,
Thank
right?
you.
Yeah.
All right, so we heard from the applicant. Any further discussion before I open this up for public comment? Quiet dais tonight.
I talked for like half an hour.
All right, let's open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Further discussion? Questions?
What actually do we need to do today? Approve it the way it is? Or?
You can approve, deny, approve with conditions.
All right, so I'm like Eric. I don't like what's being called recreation. I like the rest of the plan, fine. What do I do with that?
Invite the applicant back up and engage in a conversation, unless you have conditions in mind that you'd like to discuss.
Okay, let me mold that for a minute and see what other people have.
Further discussion or comments to Jane's comment? Commissioner Spradley.
I just have one. I'm just missing, I think, what is the significance both to Commissioner Mealy and Commissioner Cooley's comments about how recreational area is defined. I'm not following what you're, the fact that you don't agree with the definition.
Can I take a crack at it? What I think you're saying, and maybe maybe I can put it in terms that Scott understands. So the code, and Larry, correct me, but the code requires a certain amount of recreational space. And so what the chairman and Commissioner Mealy are arguing is that this isn't true recreational space or active recreational space, and therefore falls short of that threshold.
Got it. Thank you.
So I guess my follow-on question would be, so if they're falling short on the recreational area, where do we go from there then to, I guess, kind of, you get the question I'm asking?
I understand the question you're asking, but that's a question that I think the dais has to ask itself, because Larry is telling you that in his opinion as planner, it meets the threshold. And so then if you as a body say we disagree with the evidence that's been presented to us and we don't find that it meets the threshold, then the question becomes what does the applicant need to do to meet that threshold, which is why I say probably the next step is you're going to have to engage the developer in additional conversation on what you think would meet that definition of recreation, what developer thinks is feasible on the site, and then where the two minds meet in the middle as to how to meet that threshold.
So, right, and to just piggyback off what Drew's saying, so your options with this are you have approval, you have denial, or you have approval with conditions, and that's where the further conversation would come in.
Okay.
So if applicant would come back up.
I'm sorry, I was reading the numbers, I apologize.
I'm sorry?
I was reading the numbers, the active and passive. I'm sorry, I was looking at the numbers.
Okay, I do not consider a sidewalk exercise path. I live on a street with no sidewalk. People walk there all the time. Just like Leslie Street, people walk there all the time without a sidewalk. So for you to put a sidewalk in and call it a walking path, I don't consider that adding recreation to the...
So when we first brought this to the city to review, we did not have a sidewalk that went all the way around, nor did we have additional we had no benches also included with that. So upon discussing with that to make it active, we looped the sidewalk entirely around the whole building for that purpose, and then added the additional benches all throughout to meet the active and passive.
How does benches make
it? It becomes passive at that point.
Okay.
Can I interject something?
Yeah.
You're from New York, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you not, of course, I don't know how long it's been since you've been there, but you don't see people walking and exercising on the sidewalks of New York City or Queens or Brooklyn?
I walked way more when I lived in New York than I walk here.
No, but what I'm saying is a sidewalk isn't just a walk-on. A sidewalk serves a multi-purpose. There could be children out there on tricycles. There can be people out there that are
But you're putting the sidewalk in anyway.
I mean, I don't know. I think we're...
I don't want to hold the project up.
No, it's not. No, this is good conversation, and I will go, this is really good. The water body. Are we saying that because of its geometry, it doesn't fit the definition of recreation? I mean, I'm a Jersey guy, and I remember we had no water around where I lived. When we went and wanted to go swimming, we went to a lake, and it was called such and such recreational area or state park. And there was man-made created bodies of water that were used for fishing, boating, swimming. So to say it doesn't fit the precise definition that's in the land development code, well, you have to look at that. They're giving examples. They're not covering the entire scope of what can be considered a recreational opportunity.
Could you put a playground in, and then I'll be happy?
We got hundreds of people that walk up and down A1A every day on the sidewalk for recreation.
Mm-hmm. Can I throw a thought out? Just to help. It's not, it may be worth nothing, but so as I'm looking at it, as I'm listening to the conversation, I think of my office complex, and we're on the west side of Maitland, Florida, which is all commercial. I mean, it's all, 3 or 4 story office buildings in about a mile-long strip. And I don't know, but I assume, because it's been there well before my time, it would have been built when I was a kid. But the sidewalks there, they've got lines, they've got little markers that tell you how far you've walked. I would be willing to bet that part of that was because they were claiming those sidewalks as some kind of active recreation space. It happens all the time in developments that we see, especially in the Orlando area, the metro area. But the question that brings up for me, though, because I don't want to put words in either of your mouths, but what I'm hearing is it's not even so much the concept that's being presented, it's the lack of amenitization that supports the concept that's being presented. So is there a way of amenitizing, maybe through planters, to make it more of a garden walk instead of just a concrete path? Is there a way of maybe amenitizing the banks, or creating a designated launch on that pond that turns it into a kayak pond instead of the chair's words, a drainage ditch? And I don't know, but I just thought I would throw that out there if it helps the conversation. Can we accomplish those goals through additional amenitization of what's already proposed?
That's why I just said a playground. I'd be happy if you put a playground in. Is that something you would consider? I don't think playgrounds are overly expensive.
I don't think it's about the cost.
Because you were talking about keeping costs down.
Yeah, no, and thank you, I appreciate that. For me, it's choosing a safe location on there to add a playground. To simply add a playground, for me, it would be sitting down, looking at the overall design and making sure that the location of the playground was in a safe, well, because there's also regulations with that. Coming back, I was at the school system, and I know that putting in swings, you have to have a fall radius of some ungodly amount. I don't even know what it is. And a slide has to be so far away from a swing set. So going back, like mathematically and with a swing set, I don't know if that could work. So I don't want to say yes to that, because I know there's a lot of laws and regulations with playgrounds as far as like fall zones and stuff like that outside of just having a swing set.
You know, if I may make a comment also, some 2.5 years ago, Sunset Lakeview Apartments was approved by the sitting commission at that time with the same very concept. It was a circular sidewalk, no different than what you're looking at now. Obviously, the buildings were shaped a little bit different, but that sidewalk that went around the entire perimeter of the buildings was considered both a sidewalk and an exercise walk, path, whatever semantics you want to use. My opinion of a playground, I think the kayak launch that they're showing there is a level of an attractive nuisance. That falls on the owner, but I think if you put a playground in, city clerk mentioned that, in, is that more of an attractive nuisance to children? They have a playground and being adjacent to the water? Just food for thought.
Commissioner Sherman had a question.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say, I think, Drew was on to something here about the, making maybe the kayak launch a bit more appealing to then maybe fit into the recreational portion of things. So with that being said, maybe if we come up with some sort of consensus this evening, maybe that would be the condition, because I don't know necessarily, I think we kind of now have talked out the playground portion of things. I just don't think that's necessarily maybe the best path forward, but again, to make this more of the recreational portion would be to then find a more aesthetically pleasing kayak launch somewhere, because I do agree with you. It's like we have a launch there and you're going into a drainage ditch. I agree with that.
Commissioner Bellingham, you had your hand up.
Yes, we have a couple of parks that have exercise themes and equipment. Wickline for one, where it's all kind of gathered in one space, and doesn't need the additional space you spoke of that a swing would and that sort of stuff. You can have pull-up bars, and people use that stuff all the time. And then you got Silver Lake that's got a whole path that's got something every so often. So something like that could be that could be feasible. You
Take
said
the
something.
existing sidewalk, not exercise pad right now. And, yeah, if you could add some things along the way. And
Yeah,
then
an activity, you walk this far and do this exercise and walk a little farther and do another one. And it's just a matter of a couple posts and a bar across it. Or a little, balance beam or that sort of stuff.
That'll be all right.
Just a thought.
I liked how Drew brought in the City of Orlando defining a sidewalk as a double use. So you have quarter mile or 100-yard, or even adding something as simple as hopscotch. So residents know that that area is also for play, because the last thing that I would want to see is a resident yelling at a child, you can't ride your bike here, you're not allowed to roller skate here. So if you made it more defined that it is a recreational area as well as a shared walking path, it might be a good compromise.
Perfect.
Commissioner Spradley.
Good.
Perfect.
Yeah, I fall on the side of sharing the view that sidewalks, exercise walkways, in fact, I came here 20 years ago from the Orlando area, 20 years, and especially up and down Conway, all those neighborhoods there, there are, walkways and sidewalks are one and the same. But you don't have to go to Orlando. All you have to do is go to the bridge and walk across. What do you see when you're going across the bridge headed west to the right of the road?
But it's not called a walk, it's not called a recreation area.
I don't care what it's called. It's being used as a recreation device. And for me, amenitize, as Drew was suggesting, is the way to go. But I don't have a problem with that, with the sidewalk, especially the way that you have it in a circular form. Thanks.
Thank you.
I like the mayor's thoughts as well, combined with that. So it,
Defining the sidewalk area.
yeah, and like she said, put a section and make that a hopscotch spot.
And it's affordable. That way it keeps it's a good balance for the project on affordability and covering, to make sure it's delineated between two purposes.
Well, we need affordable housing, and we don't want to make them overprice everything
I have
when
a
we
question.
need
What is your
something so
pricing gonna
desperately.
So we got asked this at the PAR. I'll be honest with you, we're waiting to see how the Roberts Road does. We know that they're going to be it's a big complex, right? So we are being completely transparent. We're waiting to see how it all plays out. But we know we want to keep the costs down.
Did this project take any FHA funding? That was another question. That was asked on the other complex. Okay.
I have one more question for Larry. Larry, you spoke of a bond or maintenance agreement about the improvements to Joyce Street, just to keep it maintained for a certain period of time, that it's done well enough that it holds up for.
Really to make sure that it gets done appropriately to begin with, that if it gets halfway done, there's money, there's a bond there to go and complete is what you're looking for, right, Larry?
Yes, generally, a lot of jurisdictions require, if there's public improvements being made.
If they're doing work in the public, to public property, absolutely, there should be a bond. I think state law would already require there to be a bond, but I don't have a problem with that.
So if a motion were made, we might suggest doing the
appropriate performance bond. Yeah, appropriate performance bond over that portion of for that portion of work that is on the public property.
Okay.
If you can get those words out, that's.
So were you talking about just improving Joyce Street or paving Joyce Street?
What's proposed? We were talking about adding 12 inches of base and, structure to that road. Sand, compacted sand for 6 inches, and then lime rock for another 6 inches. So it's substantial.
It's a standard detail of the city, and I might add, I forgot that I made another recommendation.
If the time were to come.
That's that the improvements be completed and accepted by the city before a certificate of occupancy is issued.
I've got the page right on top.
Great minds think alike. Okay.
So you had public comment, right?
We've had public comment.
We have.
Ready for a motion?
Or discussion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we approve it with the performance bond that Drew spoke of.
As a condition of the approval?
Correct.
Yes.
And that the civil construction plans be approved by the reviewing engineer, and Joyce Street and fire hydrant improvements be completed and accepted by the city of Flagler Beach prior to initial certificate of occupancy. Does that cover your list there? Because it's a different list than I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think that's covered the same list on the screen, yes, sir.
And
I
what
think it's
about
just formatted differently.
what the mayor said?
Sorry.
The recreational areas, the amenitization of the recreational areas to clearly delineate them as being intended for and used as recreational areas. Does that capture what your thought was, Mayor?
Yes.
Did you get it, Penny?
Yeah. Is that in your motion?
It is.
I'll second that.
Mr. Drew, I think that's a great idea about the sidewalks. However, I don't know who it would be with the city, but I would think that someone from the city should say this meets that standard or doesn't.
Yes, I think it should be you. No, I think that is, I think the developer and staff can work together. And my thought is, if there is an issue with, when you talk to developer, let them make a proposal. If you have concerns and you say, I'm not sure that meets what the commission meant, I think you can bring that specific question to the commission to say, is this enough? But I think the commission puts quite a bit of faith in you that you understand what they're asking for, and I think the developer did too, what's being asked for. Just something to make it a little bit more active, and to the mayor's point, I think that was a great point, to make it clear that, yes, this area is meant to be used as recreation, because I think back to the times I was living in an apartment, and yeah, a strip of sidewalk is a strip of sidewalk, but you put the exercise equipment there, and oh yeah, now I recognize that's a place I can go and do pull-ups. And so I think those were all great comments. I think you heard the gist too.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we call the roll? All right, Penny.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumeur?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Spradley?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
No. Motion passes 4-1. All right.
You going to give us a break for a little bit?
Well, plan on it. Y'all want a break?
If you would.
We still have a ways to go, yeah.
You say keep going or break?
I'd like break. I
15
know
minutes?
it's late,
We'll
but
start at 9?
yeah. No, five up.
5 up. All right. Break till 5 up.
10 minutes is good.
Oh!
Microphones.
Section 111.3B and Article 14, Section 14.10, providing for conflict and an effective date.
All right, who would like to intro? The city manager, HR manager?
I think I'll start.
All right.
Well, we've identified two sections in our personnel policy that we feel that needs a little revision. The first section that we can look at is our policy for being assigned to work out of classification. Currently, it says before any type of even considering a higher rate of pay for that working in that classification, the employee has to work in that position for 30 working days. That's 6 weeks. We're looking at modifying that and making it something a little bit, you can see the changes, being assigned to work in a higher class for a period of 5 consecutive working days or 10 non-consecutive days in a 30-day period. Thought that would be a little bit more fair when we're assigning someone to a completely different classification and outside their normal work. That is the first policy that we were looking at changing. The second policy is advertising vacant positions. Our policy currently says that after an internal ad that we need to post either in a newspaper or a county periodical. I think right now, advertising in the newspaper is a waste of time. It's a waste of money, it's a waste of time. I think taking that out and then advertising it online, putting it on our city website, bulletin board, and then advertising where it needs to be, focusing on what social media sites, what job-specific websites, if there's a particular journal or something like that, and advertising with the associations. So that this is just updating it. I think newspaper, no one's looking for a job in the newspaper anymore. So I think just taking that out would be saving money and really putting that money into places that I think will be more effective.
Is that it?
That's it. Those are the two. If you have any questions, those are the two different policies that we were looking at.
All right, so first question, does everybody have the revised? Okay. Right.
Yeah.
This was on the dais. You can cheat off Sherm if you need to. All right, so comments or questions? Okay, Commissioner Belhinger, turn your mic on.
Oh, this, I assume that you did some background looking at other people's policies. Is this similar? I'm speaking of the first one. So 5 days, is that typical?
That is, it's more
see?
typical than 6 weeks.
Okay.
Our original policy, I could not find another policy that says you have to work out of class 6 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah. 30 working days is a long time.
But the average number might have been, was it 5 or was it more than 5? What would the average be from what you saw?
I would say the average was probably about 5. Of course, you get a little changes here and there with different cities. I can bring back different policies, but it is average. And then also putting in the non-consecutive. Many policies have non-consecutive, like adding that in there. So if it was someone filling in for a week and then another week if someone was out on sick leave or something like that, putting in the non-consecutive within that 30-day period. Many policies include that. Ours did not.
Okay. All right, that's my only question.
Commissioner Spradley?
My comment is that both of these suggested changes make a world of sense. You know, starting with the second one first, I mean, newspaper, you know, over the last 20 years, newspapers and telephone books. They're just things that people don't use anymore.
Like the Sears catalog.
Yeah.
Sears catalog.
So that.
How about Montgomery Ward?
So that's, so long as that passes legal muster, then then to me, there's no question about the financial efficiency of that. And also as to shortening from our current policy to the 5 days or 10 days in a calendar month, that makes sense. And we had an example right before Mike joined us where we got stuck in that old policy. So I think they both are excellent suggestions.
Further comments?
Yeah, I agree.
I had a comment, totally agree on the newspaper. The background I have, it's traditionally been 2 weeks, simply because of vacations and stuff like that. So I don't know if there needs to be verbiage in there on vacations, if folks are covering or anything like that, but I know that should probably be a consideration, because not all vacations are just a week. And is that something that needs to be considered?
I would say yes.
If I'm following what you're saying, I don't think it should matter why the person is taking over for someone else. If they're doing the work, they're doing the work.
Traditionally, you don't get changes of pay grades or anything like that to cover just for others for vacations.
Well, I think covering like some duties for vacation is different. To me, it's different than assigning someone to work in a totally different position.
How would vacations play into this from I mean, I guess, Drew, that would probably be something that we need to loop you in. From a legal aspect, how does that play?
It's what Liz just said is the key. And so really I was about to ask a question either of city manager or of HR, which is when you have an employee, how often, if ever, have you assigned an employee to a higher classification because you had one out on vacation?
No, I think if it was like an extended leave, if someone was taking medical leave for 2 months or something like that, then I think it would kick in where we would be assigning someone.
This provision does not mean somebody's out and there's some of their job duties that need to be done while they're gone. You're the next in line to perform those functions. That would not trigger this. That's triggered when department director is hospitalized, is unavailable, and we need you to step up and be department director for a period, and you get that actual assignment. That's when that kicks in.
Okay, so this does not legally leave the door open for somebody to say, I'm doing the job while this person's out.
There has to actually be that assignment to that position on a temporary basis.
That covers that. I would be fine with the days if that's the case. Any other further discussion?
No.
Nope.
We'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? The crowd is thinning. All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and further discussion or motion.
Motion to approve Resolution 2023-12.
I'll second that motion.
Good motion and a second. Penny, if you could call roll, please.
Commissioner Belhumer?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Spradley?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. All right, item 15, approve salary adjustments for those employees who did not receive full adjustment. The commission approved in the FY 22-23 budget decision module. City manager.
Mr. Chair and Commission, what this recommendation will do is allow the city to make the transition from an old pay classification plan into the new plan, which is the Evergreen study. Anytime you make a large transition, which the city did about a year ago, when you approved the budget last year, the city implemented a new pay and classification plan, but when you make that kind of a transition to a major, from one plan to another, you really have no way of knowing exactly what the cost is going to be. You approved a certain salary allocation amount for the budget last year, which the city then implemented into the new pay and classification plan. Unfortunately, we did not know what the cost would be, and the cost did not allow a full transition of all employees into the plan. That, in order to make it work for the budget year, the city at that time took primarily management level employees and capped their pay. to allow it to fit into the budget. What this proposal does, what this recommendation does, is allows the city to take the new pay and classification plan and fully implement it. And when I say fully, it does not completely compensate every single management employee 100% of what they would have gotten. From a budget perspective, we cannot do that. But it does allow a adequate and a comprehensive and a justifiable transition into the new pay and classification plan for all employees. So where at the last meeting or meeting before, you approved an internal adjustment, equity adjustment for several employees who are working totally out of class. What this proposal does, this recommendation, it allows full implementation of the pay and classification plan as recommended by Evergreen. And with that adoption, then all your management employees, as well as certain employees and funds that did not have adequate funds to be able to make that transition, which is your sanitation fund and the CRA as examples, it will allow full implementation of the pay and classification plans. The one thing that we would need to do after this, and as I mentioned to you at prior meetings, I still need to make a recommendation to you on the implementation of the police and fire salary plan. That will be done at the next meeting. But this fulfills the city's ability to move all employees into the Evergreen study with the one caveat, and that caveat is we need to look at the police and fire compensation plan and make a recommendation to you at the next meeting with respect to that. This recommendation to you is fully funded. It's in the budget, and the budget does allow this implementation. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Questions for city manager?
That is, these increases are in your proposed budget for next year already?
Yes.
Comments?
You know, I had asked Mike, but he answered me when I met with him yesterday that they will now be at the right starting point for the next budget. So if we increase them to where they should have been, that will be the starting point for the next budget. And he told me yes.
Commissioner Spradley.
And my understanding is that, you know, in a perfect world with an unlimited budget, there would be higher in some instances. In fact, we see how much higher the salaries would be, but that this proposal meets the rate of increases as permitted by the budget.
Yes, that's correct. And I do want to make sure that I'm totally clear on this, because you Commissioner Mealy, you mentioned about the first of next year. This plan, if as recommended and if approved by the commission, does start back in October of this year.
That's retro pay.
Yeah, retro pay. Right. But it is implemented within next year's budget as well. But we do have the money that's in this year's budget that does allow the full compensation for this fiscal year in the budget that we're currently in. So it would be retroactive.
So you said the amount that's retro in this year that we're in, you have the money for?
Yes, we do.
From?
Reserves.
Okay. Because I was wondering where that came from.
Yeah, it's reserves.
All right, further discussion?
Now I'm just happy we got to the end.
We're not at the end. We have police and fire.
We still have police and fire.
Yeah.
Well, close to the end.
All right, we'll open this up public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right. See no one close public comment?
I'll make a motion that we approve the external equity salary adjustments. Couldn't add any other verbiage there, Drew.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. I have a request on item 16. Would y'all be okay with moving this item to next meeting?
Absolutely.
That's a big one. And that's going to involve quite a bit of discussion. I don't know what you have planned for the next meeting. Do we have a big agenda for the next meeting?
It's pretty healthy, but we'll make this work.
We can start early.
The applicants to the 10-minute limit are supposed to be on.
Yeah. All right, so, any discussion on that, or we'll look for a motion to table this?
I'll make a motion that we table item 16.
Second.
All right, and let me open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on item 16? All right, close public comment. So we have a motion and a second to table till the next meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. And we will move into staff report, city attorney.
I'm just going to pare it down to one, and now that you took 16 off the table, or took 16 away from us tonight, I'm going to take it back. But I was at our annual conference for municipal attorneys last week, the tail end of the week, and genuine moment of pride, multiple times actually through the sessions, when multiple speakers talked about the importance of that item number 16, not pushing it back, that's fine, but that with everything going on from Tallahassee, with all the pressure that local governments, both cities and counties, are under, several speakers at this conference really emphasize, this is the first time in 20 years to go into it that I've heard them emphasize this, is emphasize the importance of what you guys are kind of on the leading edge of once again, and really inviting that conversation and inviting your sister jurisdictions and your county to the table to say, how can we collectively problem solve? So there were several speakers who were stressing the importance of that collective problem solving, since Tallahassee isn't really an effective problem solver with this right now. They're more a problem creator. So.
Well, they just decided they wanted to solve everything for us.
But I did want to give you guys credit for that. Much sure that I was. When I heard those comments, I was absolutely thinking of you and those initiatives y'all have started here. That's it.
That's all of it?
I'm interest of time, I'm cutting it down to that.
All right.
Just giving you guys credit.
City manager.
Just one item, Mr. Chair, and that is that just want to remind everyone and the public that we have a reception tomorrow at 5:30 for all the city manager candidates. So everybody's invited, and we certainly welcome everybody and encourage everyone to attend.
Could I just make a suggestion, if y'all are okay with it, and you can tell me if you have a consensus on this? Is there any way we could just push out a reminder PSA on that, on the importance of that?
Matt put one out today.
What's that?
Matt put one out today.
Oh, one went out today?
Yes.
I've had a super busy day, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Disregard. Any questions for city manager?
Yes.
Go ahead.
We took off item number 8, the Scots. And you talked about that it may be coming back. Does that mean that it's, I just have a little heartburn over the fact that we're paying an attorney to put together an agreement that's not necessarily for the benefit of the taxpayers. So if they want to come up with a different idea or change it one way or another, does that mean we're going to be paying our attorney again?
Probably not, because I think what I understood from my chat before the meeting with, I forget if it was Penny, I think it was Penny, is that it's the types, and so that's not something that would actually involve me. The agreement is pretty much put the exhibits what you want with it. The exhibit is pretty much form language, so there's not much, or the agreement itself, so I don't know that I would have to be involved in at least what I understand the discussions to be.
Okay, I just had a little trouble with the fact that we were paying for putting an agreement together for his benefit and not the taxpayers that are paying the bill. So I just want to make sure that wasn't recurring. So thank you.
Well, since we're talking about what would have, I guess what was item 8, not an agenda item, but I did want to just bring something up I had I was going to bring it up under my comments, I'll bring it up now since we're on the topic, is, and this is outside of the plan that was originally in the packet, but a very common practice with parks and neighboring properties is there is physical barrier put in place, some type of fence of some sort, to mark where the park ends and where private property begins. It's in almost all parks, that border residential properties. What wasn't in that plan was a fence. I think that fences make good neighbors. That's just me. But I'm not the most neighborly guy sometimes, so. I think that, I don't know how you all feel about that, if there's any appetite for it, if there's any type of interest in a consensus for that side of the park to eliminate potential park goers, because there's actually some really good fishing spots in that side when you're facing the entrance and you look over to the side where the city lot is, and that it kind of has almost like a peninsula effect out there. So it makes for really good fishing. So folks are going to want to use that. And there's nothing showing whose property is what in that area. You can tell it's part of a park, but you don't know where it ends because there's a bike rack there. I am of the opinion that I think that there should be a fence put there. I think that solves a lot of problems ahead of problems. That's just my opinion. I wanted to just put that out on the table and see what y'all thought about it.
I think it's a great idea, Mr. Chairman. I think that it's something that, I know Mike and I actually went out there to the property together, and I'm sure all of us have spent a good amount of time down there and have gotten to see things firsthand. And I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to putting the fence up, and then that allows Mr. Scott, if he wants to put whatever types of shrubs he wants on his side of the fence. And then I think I don't know if there was any sort of kickback from Mr. Scott, but maybe that might be the best path forward. So then, you do have a clear line of, okay, that's Mr. Scott's property, over here's the park, and, again, the fence is the identifiable barrier to distinguish the two.
Commissioner Miller?
I agree with you in theory, but I hate fences. I have neighbors, well, the neighbors I have now are fine, but 2 people ago that owned that house, I wanted to have nothing to do with them, not see them, anything. So I planted ligustrums that are now like 30 feet tall, and that's my fence. So while I didn't approve of the particular plants that Mr. Scott chose, because one of them's invasive, I had never heard of it, I can't pronounce it, but I looked it up.
Thorny olive. I did too.
And they got lots of bad things to say about those plants. I'd rather it be a natural fence and...
Like kind of hedge sort of thing?
Yeah.
I think that's a good call out. Just have a line of shrubbery along the property line is what you're
Which is what I think he was trying to accomplish. I just didn't like what he chose to do it with.
I disagree, but that's what he was trying to accomplish, but I'm not going to get into the weeds on that right now. I just don't think we should allow a resident to plant something, a barrier through a public park, which will, over time, in perpetuity.
You're talking about the agenda item?
Yeah, didn't we table this?
We tabled.
Yeah, well, okay. Well,
I just don't want to...
Everybody else was kind of getting into it too.
Let's wait till...
Well, what I brought up was not on the agenda item. It's
Okay.
different.
All right. My apologies.
Do y'all have, is there an appetite for either a line of shrubbery along the property line or a fence? Could be vinyl split rail. Traditionally, the parks use split rail fences.
That's the most natural looking.
Yeah, they tend to be the most aesthetic.
And who's going to maintain the fence?
Well, it would be on city property, so it would be city's
maintain the
responsibility.
fence.
Yeah, that would be our fence, same way any of the other fences around here are.
I like the idea of
I'm
the
fine with
fence. I like the 3-slat fence. That's what, on Old Brick Road, Moody Park, the park backs up to residential homes and businesses, and they have the 3-slat fence, and it blends in with the nature, and it's very natural looking, and you could always plant vines on it if you want to. But I like the delineated line.
Other thoughts? Would we have a consensus one way or another? Let's say for shrubbery or fence. Let's decide that.
Fence.
I'm for a fence.
You're the quiet guy.
Now, fence.
I lose.
Are y'all in favor of that? I guess the question would be, would we be in favor of doing that this fiscal year? I mean, it's going
And
to be
then we
very
have to
inexpensive.
maintain it. That's
Correct.
what- So,
City manager, do you have thoughts on that?
We would have to determine what the cost of the fence would be and then determine where in the budget we would take it from. But as a concept, I have no problem, no issue with it whatsoever.
All right, so do we have a consensus on that?
I have a
You all
question.
comfortable?
We got, that was through a grant,
The park.
the park.
Mhm.
Would Find or DEP, was the first grant, right?
First grant was Florida Communities Trust,
Well,
which we still
whoever-
owe pieces and parts of that project to. The second grant was through Find, and
Find,
that's
right,
been
I know
completed,
that.
but we did submit it that it would be a phased project. So we do have the ability to go back and get money for phase 2. It's just staff is so overwhelmed right now with other projects.
I know.
It's not time.
I don't think it's going to be that expensive that we need to use a grant.
No, I wasn't even thinking
But
money-wise. I was
if we were
thinking
getting into phase
permission-wise.
2, we could make it part of phase 2.
Compliance with the,
As long as we are doing what we said we would do, we can do more. We
Right.
just can't do less.
Right. There's nothing that would trigger a
it's a 150-foot of split rail fence, pressure treated. It's got to be pretty inexpensive, I would think. As long as y'all are okay with it, though.
I am.
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy is not. You're outvoted.
Sorry.
I get outvoted all the time, too. Okay, I didn't want to sidetrack things. You were still under your comments.
No, I just want to make sure I understand, because I'm of the direction of the commission, and that is that we would contact the Scotts and say that we're really not going to have a favorable reaction to the current concept of the landscaping plan, but instead the city is going to look at a split rail fence that we would construct on our portion of the property and we would maintain. And I want to make sure before I communicate that I've got the right direction of the commission.
Everybody's okay with that?
Well,
That's how I
now that I
understood it.
lost, yes, I learned.
Commissioner Mealy is now on board.
Well, I have to be.
Okay, so you're good with that. All right, any other city manager comments?
No, sir. I will limit my comments for the evening.
All right, Penny.
Hi. I do have something. I don't want to make a big discussion out of this because it's not an agenda item. I'm just kind of looking for direction and to help the resident out. I am on the screen behind you. This is North A1A and North 6th Street. And the lot on the corner, Mr. Kovac owns. And some of you may recall that narrow, small, 20-foot wide is an easement that there is a vitrified clay sewer line running through there to serve this building that has been vacant for many years. This is the winery. And it's been a code enforcement issue as well, I believe. Mr. Kovac, as you know, built the home here. He owns this. He owns this when it has the easement, and he owns this, and he's wanting to construct a new residence and looking I told him that, maybe the first step would be to find out if the commission is interested in removing this easement. Now, when I look at the infrastructure diagrams, there's a 16-inch water main on A1A, and like I said, there's a vitrified clay pipe for sanitary sewer that comes up to about here and stops. I'm not sure if that's a city line that serves them, or if this property paid for that line to service them. I guess my first question would be, Drew, would it be legal for the city to remove that easement?
Is it a public easement?
It is a it's a city easement.
And the infrastructure in there is servicing the Jet Investments property?
Yes, that's vacant, for sewer only.
But it is servicing it.
I don't know
So
if they're.
where would they receive it? Is there another sewer line that connects to that property?
They would have to.
We can only abandon the easement if there's no public purpose for the easement.
No, there's not another sewer line.
This really needs to be an agenda item now.
No. Oh, I think Penny was bringing it up to see if you wanted to make an agenda item. You can't make a decision on it tonight.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you for a decision.
But yeah, to your question, Penny, if there's infrastructure there that's necessary to service a property, even if it's vacant, then we can't abandon it. We wouldn't have the ability to, because it'd have to be no public purpose.
Can I have a comment on this?
It's not an agenda item.
You will be able to hear in a little bit when public comment comes up.
Public comment, right, because it's not an agenda item. And basically, the purpose to bring this to your attention is like I said, he's looking to construct, and if this isn't something he can do, or we can offer him legally, he needs to look at other avenues to do what he'd like to accomplish. So that's it. That's all I had.
Okay. That might even be something to take offline with the property owner, maybe.
I'm happy to talk to.
All right. What else did you have, Penny?
That's it.
All right. We'll go to
How about
commission.
that? This one.
We took care of his item. All right, Mayor.
For the sake of time, and I didn't have a long list, I just wanted to say great job and kudos to the city of Flagler Beach and all the employees for getting a wonderful 4th of July and a safe 4th of July, another one behind us. And special thank you to our 2 chiefs that kept everyone safe, the Rotary for the parade, Vern for the park, and me and Carla for the beach cleanup, and the residents that showed up. It was great. We had lots of high school students. They got lots of hours. And the next one will be the first Saturday of the month in August. Can't believe we're already saying August, but that's okay. And that's all I had.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, mine will be real brief as well. Penny, I'm going to forward you an email. I was going to see if you could share it with Commissioner Bellhumer and the rest of the dice. I got an email about TPO, and I just wanted to see if Commissioner Bellhumer and his experience could share his a little bit on there. It's a survey, basically. I just wanted to share that with everybody and get their, have a consensus of maybe what we send up to our viewpoints of the TPO. It was just like a survey thing that was sent.
Is it for the elected officials only, or is it for the public? Because they've done that before, and we've posted a link on our website.
Let me read that through that email again. This week's been kind of crazy, but yeah, I'll read through it again.
I actually got that email because there's still email.
Okay, you got it too? Okay.
So,
okay. So I'll just share it send it to you to share with the rest of everybody then. And then just the second thing was just a personal matter. I just want to thank the chief and the police and the fire department. They basically almost saved my home. It almost burnt down this past weekend. So a ceiling fan caught on fire in my house.
Wow.
So they responded very quickly, and we were able to take the fan down, and there was no damage to the home or anything, but the fan was starting to catch fire. So just wanted to tell, thank everybody off the dais as well. So thank you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I have.
Commissioner Bellhumer. Have you fired anything yet lately?
Not lately.
Okay.
I know I keep bringing these same things up, and I'm starting to hope that something starts happening different. The misuse of our city right-of-ways is just getting out of hand.
Can you explain that?
Between real estate signs, people putting obstacles out to block parking and filling in swales, just mainly the signs, one step at a time, I guess, but I still see people creating obstacles in right-of-ways to keep people from parking. And still see people filling in swales that were dug for a purpose. So hopefully we can keep an eye on things a little bit closer. I've noticed in our last 3 weekly updates that Jennifer was talking about doing a lot of trimming in the alleys. And here I've been complaining about trimming back the roadways for years, but we're starting out with the alleys. So I'm a little flabbergasted over the fact that we're doing that when we've got overgrowth on the streets that are in some places 4 or 5 feet onto the pavement. So hopefully we can go in a different direction there, and I don't have to be the one to go out and cut back overgrowth so people can see stop signs. Concealment of trash, I've been complaining about that for years. So hopefully we can get on top of that and start making people hide their garbage. I mean,
Can you elaborate on it? Concealment of trash?
Concealment of trash is mainly, I'm speaking of commercial,
So you're talking
lack
about
of
enclosures?
dumpster enclosures or trash enclosures to conceal the garbage cans and or whatever way they put their garbage out. Some people have dumpsters and some have tippy carts and whatever it may be. But there are requirements in our codes that say that those the trash should stay concealed, and I think we need to be consistent. There's many businesses in the city that abide by that, the city included. We just spent nearly $500,000 on a dumpster enclosure for one restaurant. So not that it would cost people that kind of money, because they don't have to put pilings into the dunes or anything like that. But I just think we need to be consistent with what's in black and white. We need to take care of. Yeah, great parade. I went to the thing at the airport for the reading of the Declaration, and of course I got recruited at the last minute to be a reader because one of the other people didn't show up, and I just happened to be there as an elected official. So I got to read my portion without any practice.
You did great.
I did okay, I guess.
You did great.
7 years ago.
Well, that part I could have done. And
I think
even though we didn't have city sanctioned fireworks, there was fireworks all over this town.
Yeah.
There was plenty of
Great
fireworks.
show down my street.
Yeah.
Yes, there was. Full half hour of it almost, but I'm good.
With practice 2 or 3 days ahead of time, too.
Oh, okay.
All right, Commissioner Mealy.
Drew, that shed, this is getting stretched out for an awfully long time.
I was going to say, the Ronins did contact me. This was before the cutoff of this agenda.
Okay.
And they do have the 2 estimates. I told them the meeting date, and that he was already pre-scheduled to be in another state for his work, so he asked that it be on the July 27th.
Okay, as long as we're moving along, that's... Drew, we had spoken about the sign ordinance, that you were going to review that.
Still am.
You still am, okay. I want to say what a grateful it was too. Thanks staff, thanks the Rotary. David King held a town hall meeting on the vulnerability study, And I was disappointed that there were very few people there, but he did a great job explaining it.
There's another one scheduled, but I don't know the date off the top of my head.
Oh, is there? Yeah, that's right, there is, yeah. Well, he said after the plans are developed, in 6 or 7 months is what he said, so, okay. We mentioned before that the Rotary gave $7,000 to firefighter car, and I went to that dinner, and it was really nice. And the Rotary is becoming a lot more fun than it used to be. They used to be very, and the group's a lot more fun now. Had a Family Life Center board meeting, and I went to the Tortugas game that they had as a fundraiser. That is so much fun. Oh, Drew, I knew I had another thing for you. The CRA, we talked sort of about extending the CRA, but we never actually gave direction to you, I think, to do it. I'm not clear how we left that.
Where my recollection where we left it was, I think it was going to be, was it going to be made an agenda item? Because I think you wanted to have some conversations on, or to give for the commission to weigh the, just to have a broader conversation on the pluses and minuses of extending the CRA. I think that's where that discussion went the last time we had it.
I couldn't remember how we left it.
City Manager, do you have something?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would think that I'm not sure if I mentioned this when that conversation occurred last meeting, but I would think that you would want to look at that as part of your strategic planning process, because there's some definite ramifications if you extend a CRA to your budget. So I think that it really requires either that or a separate agenda item where you would talk about it, but I think it really would fit in your strategic planning process. So that would be my recommendation, and I would take any countering opinion, because I need to be able to tell staff what we're doing. So that was kind of the direction I was thinking you would go in.
Okay, that makes sense, I think.
Y'all okay with that? It's not super time sensitive. We have years on
We
it.
have 10. We only have 10 years.
Only 10 years to get that done.
Right. The way things work around here.
You're not lying. So we have a consensus
But if we
on
wait
strategic
another
meeting?
few months, that'll be fine.
Okay.
And then I listened in on this month's League of Cities webinar, and the first section was on advisory boards and committees, and drew something to think about, training sessions for them. We have so many people getting on boards and committees now that don't really know what their purpose is, that we could have some kind of training session for them.
What kind of training were they talking about? Was it Sunshine Public Records, or was it more
That, but also particularly planning board, yes, it looks pretty is not something the planning board, and I'm exaggerating, but I think you get the.
Now's probably a good time for planning board, because for a long time we didn't have any turnover, but we have had quite a bit lately. So I have no problem doing a training session.
Is everybody good?
Yeah, and there's some legalities that we gotta be careful of. I think that should really be taught, of what can be said, what can't be said, what's on the table, what's off.
Quasi-judicial versus legislative decision is really the key.
And the chair particularly, we have a whole page in our books about what the chair's role is, and I'm not sure that chairs of any of the committees that we've had over time, that they really know how to treat people and, how to run a meeting.
Don had it down to a science.
Don did.
Don Deal.
Yep. And this came up earlier about the museum fundraiser. It is on September 23rd. It's called Fall for Flagler. It will be here in the park, because we obviously do not have a pier to have cheer on the pier on. And you can go to the museum's website to buy your tickets. And that's it.
Mr. Spradlin.
Thank you. Saturday meetings, I'm still hosting Saturday meetings at my office next door to here for any resident or business owner who wants to come in and chat. And I still get recurring themes. The most popular one continues to be questions about the dune walkovers, but actually I've had a couple people who have recognized the progress, and it's turned from kind of a negative to kind of a positive. We all see the dune walkovers being repaired, especially on the south side.
Not to interrupt you, but the 17th Street one, there's one guy that I just sent him the weekly report or Penny's report, and
Yeah.
he's good with that.
Yeah, I think that's
So
right.
it's easy enough thing to do.
It is, and people appreciate that report, particularly on the website. And then, but just seeing it, it's great. As you know, the ladies who live in the south side of town and are always here, then you saw the reaction when there was actually something we could point to that's being done instead of plan. So that was good to see. 4th of July, I echo what has been said already about our two chiefs and Rotary Club, and but Matt and Bobby, I really appreciate your work. I mean, this is the first time I've been at the parade the last 20 years. First time I've actually been on the pavement, except that, quick story, as circumstances would have it, my former wife was here and rode with me in the parade, which is kind of funny. But she reminded me this was not my first time in the parade. And when we first bought a home here in 2008, she and our daughter Allison were at the parade, and I was back at the house. I had a home in Windsong, where Windsong Steve is, and I was running behind. And so I thought, I'll take my bicycle, and we had a little trailer for our little dog. So I put the little dog in the trailer, and then I came down A1A to find them, and I'm afraid I'm running late. So I'm running, I go past the stoplight, I'm going down the road looking left, right, and all of a sudden people were clapping on both sides of the road. They thought I was leading off the parade, So I just waved, and
Oh, that's funny.
finally I found them. So that was that. Anyway, I was pleased with the crowd. Not as many people waved at me this time as they did then. But that was good. And then I too, along with Commissioner Mealy and Commissioner Bellhumor, were at the airport for that ceremony. It was really nice. They did a good job. So hot. It's just so hot to be that time of day on July 4th and being out on the pavement. But they had a good crowd, so it was all good. And that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. Same, 4th of July. However, I got a little bit different thoughts on a couple things. And this goes back to a little bit of what Drew was talking about. So, these conversations have been started where, multi-municipalities are having conversations. States trying to take away home rule. But we did a joined county-wide 4th of July. That was not siloed. And, I think that as the year goes on, and even talking strategic meeting, and this is more of a forward-thinking just concept to put in your back pocket, is I think, we as a body need to just really look at collective approaches. We did 4th of July together, and everybody got along.
Yeah.
We didn't argue about money.
I have one objection, and I don't know if it was a slip of his tongue, but Mayor Alfin, you know how he likes to.
Mm-hmm.
And he said we live in the best county and the best city.
He did.
And that went in my heart.
Is he a resident? He's got to be a resident.
And I was like, oh.
Yeah, that definitely had to have been a slip. I think he knows better. But
Well, you would think he knew the words to the Pledge of Allegiance, too.
Well, that too, yeah.
right, and I think that's something when it comes to longer term strategic planning is we need as a city to have a potential, I'll call it a pitch, a set of ideas on if fireworks were to return to the freshly rebuilt pier, how would that look for the county? And I think that needs to be a discussion that happens before the pier gets done. And, you know, or it's just going to go back to they're doing one thing, we're doing another. We're fighting over not having enough officers, and we have to start another 4th of July committee because the population by then is going to be a whole lot more than it is now. And then we have even, you know, we might have some more officers, but we have that much more population to try to deal with. And how are we going to balance that crowd with our own carrying capacity and not have issues? So it's a whole nother thing, but teamwork. And it was such a neat thing to do as a county rather than the siloed approach. Just a couple super fast things I wanted to cover from the tourism meeting that we had today, TDC. June of '24, applications are due for the TDC grant. I will probably say this every meeting until we get it done. The amount will be $745,372 is the pot that one or more places can get that. It's going to take keep in mind these are graded. They need to be, you know, the studies have to be done, the planning has to be done, the concepts have to be done. These are something that if we're going to have this done by June, we have to start like as soon as the next city manager starts.
The term is shovel ready.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to be shovel ready in 2 weeks. It's a matching grant, but it's that amount of money, and you know, I just want to make sure that there's a constant reminder that we absolutely, because it's going to take us a while to put that together, to get the ideas, the concepts, to even agree on it.
We don't have 10 years on this one.
Right, we do not have the 10 years.
I mean, the mayor put one together in 2 days last year.
Yeah, well, and you saw how that went. It was a Hail Mary pass, and it didn't get caught. The Flagler Auditorium is changing its name to Fitzgerald Performing Arts Center with the slogan of "See you at the Fitz." I don't know the background on it, but that was discussed.
No, he was not. He was Dennis Fitzgerald was Alana Fitzgerald's husband, and Alana Fitzgerald was the music director of Flagler Palm Coast High School. And he had a heart attack while he was at the school moving a piano in 1996. And I know all of this because
How do you know? I was going to say,
I was friends with their children.
You have this memorized, though.
No.
Like, did you just Google that or something?
No, because I saw it on the internet, and I was thinking back to when he passed away, and I knew the family very well, and I was like, wow, it's been a lot of years. And very, very nice man. He was a school board member, I believe, at one point.
I thought he was a superintendent. No? Well, he was something.
But the high school decided to name the auditorium after him, and then continuing through the efforts of Mrs. Fitzgerald, it's grown, and I was very proud to see that they actually changed it today. And they kept the logo very similar. It was really great.
And the only other thing I want to cover is the tourism department did a great Hang 8 video. How do you know this?
I watch.
Okay. It's only 2 minutes long, so I wanted to play that. Are y'all okay with that? We have 2 minutes? Okay. It's not 10 yet.
Oh, that's what Penny was staged up.
Yeah, I wonder what was happening.
There's like 4 of them, Eric, so I hope
Yeah,
I'm the right one.
they're the same. It's just aspect ratio.
Is there volume?
Yes.
Hold on.
Yeah, there's sound.
You got to put Daisy Jane in next year.
Absolutely. Penny, you got a,
Not the little guy, the big one.
Oh, no.
I've got something on the screen. Who's asking? Oh, okay.
Oh, well.
My volume might be down on this. Hold on. Give me a second.
Eric, who did this?
This was done by the tourism department. And the event was put on by a group called Hang 8 Dog Surfing.
Yes.
I got no volume, Eric.
No volume?
I fixed
Well,
I'm sorry.
let's just do it next meeting. You're gonna be able to have sound next meeting?
Files, and I
Yeah.
picked one.
Well,
They're all the same.
they should all be the same, just aspect ratio is different. What's that?
Guy in a blue shirt and sunglasses.
No, I
Just
don't know
like
why I don't
you.
have volume, but I can play with it and do it at the next one, I'm sorry.
Let's do it at the next meeting, it's fine.
That was a teaser.
Yeah, that's the preview. And that is all I had under my comments. I'll save the rest of the time, but we need to,
That was the same one that she showed though.
yeah, same one. Should be. Yeah. We'll practice it for next meeting.
That are all the same.
They have different aspect ratios for social media.
Yeah, I'll play them.
Okay. Yeah, so, Grant, we got to do it. All right. That's the only thing I had. We'll open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak under public comment period?
Yes, Joe Kovach, 112 North 6th.
Is your mic on?
Push it? Okay. Okay. Penny, I just have a question. There's no sewer line or water line that runs down A1A?
There is a 16-inch water main that runs down A1A. There is not a sewer line on A1A that runs up the side streets, and like I mentioned, on your particular street, it's a vitrified clay pipe.
What's a vitrified clay pipe?
An old, probably has leaks pipe.
When I look at the pipe that runs through our property, it's just a PVC pipe.
The one in the easement?
Yes.
So that probably is PVC. That was access, and it was probably replaced, I don't know when, but the pipe that runs along 6th Street to service that easement that's on your property
Right.
is the vitrified clay pipe.
But my question, and if, I know they have to get sewer and water, I'm not arguing about that. I just thought all the houses on 7th and A1A, 7 North, they built like 3 or 4 different Airbnbs. Don't they tap into A1A water and sewer and go down that line?
There's only in that section of A1A, now I'm not looking at all of it, but in that particular section of A1A, there is not a sewer line. It runs up the side streets.
So they all go this way, but there's not...
Actually, it does on the next, over on 8th, it runs up, and 9th, but on your street, on 6th, it runs up 6th, up to that easement lot. I mean, I have it right here if you'd like to look at it.
Yeah, no, I was just curious. That's the only reason I was wondering about it. If it was easy for, just to tap into A1A instead of...
And the issue would be is, I mean, number one, it's owned, they have service there. If we're gonna take away their
Can I pause y'all real quick?
Yeah.
This is probably something you guys can take offline.
Yeah, I was just
Is there something
curious.
that pulls the body, though?
The question I had is I just thought there was a sewer line on A1A that went all the way down, and apparently there's not. It stops at 7th, and then it jogs around 6th, and then it... So I wasn't trying to...
Eric's point was, could you meet with Penny?
Yeah, I understand that, but I just wanted clarification.
But I think the big question might possibly be is if there is anything that could possibly be done, would commission be interested in having that be
Vacating the
a
easement.
agenda item?
Yes.
Are we okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, so if there is anything, y'all can work that and figure it out, and then we can make it a upcoming item.
That's what I needed to
Yeah, I
know.
think that's, yeah.
Thank
Does that
you.
kind of help you out?
Yes, that helps me out to move forward. Thank you.
Good deal. Any other members of the public wish to speak on an agenda item? Or not a non-agenda item? All right, so we'll close public comment.
Mr. Cunningham, what happened to you?
All right, we'll look for a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All right, thank you.
9:56.
I got it.
Apparently, it doesn't want to work.
Hey, Joe, don't disappear just...
One second. Oh, thank you. What are those for? What are they?
Eric asked for the info codes.